accused, bonds have been set. All the defendants, most of the defendants on our calendars are released on bond, and these cases are open and active. With respect to some of them, we are going to find out if we are going to have a plea hearing today. That is that the defendant, either self-represented or through counsel, has decided to accept a state recommendation and plead guilty or no contest to the original charges or to modified charges, or whether they've decided to plead not guilty and the cases will be moved forward for trial. I'll also get a snapshot of what is the status of some of the other cases, whether the defendants are ready to move forward to trial, providing, of course, that they have already retained counsel or they have pre-qualified with the public defender's office to see if they qualify for public defense representation. If you are a defendant who is appearing either physically in the courtroom in G33, or if you're appearing via Zoom, please make sure that you understand your rights. First of all, you have a right to remain silent. Anything that you say in open court about the facts and circumstances of your case, your statements can and will be used against you in the prosecution of your matter. You have a right to an attorney if you cannot afford one. You have a right to speak with the public defender's office, fill out an application and see if you qualify for their services. And if you do, then you have a right to appointed counsel. All right. So I'm going to do a roll call to see who is present. And then after that, we will move on with the status of the cases. All right. Let me see. With regards for those of you who are appearing via Zoom, Elizabeth Randall. Elizabeth Randall. Unmute your. Yeah. I am going to remove you from Zoom unless you get yourself seated, remove your hair, your hat, and stop giving us a picture of the ceiling of the room. All right? Will the host please monitor that? Thank you. All right. Denise Booker, go to your closet and put on a shirt. That is not appropriate wear. Please mute her and stop her video until she comes back. Lakeisha Waters, are you in a public area? Lakeisha Waters, are you in a public area with individuals around you?
Yeah, I'm in dialysis right now.
Okay, please mute your screen.
Okay.
We have someone called Quez S23FE. I do not know who you are. Please start your video.
My video will not work at all.
Leave the Zoom and fix it. Otherwise, you have to come down to the courthouse at 160 Prior Street. All right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, leave the Zoom and fix your video. Either come back to the courthouse in person or make sure you appear via video.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, for the others who have using iPhones, I need your correct name on the screen. So figure that out until your name is called. Again, also, if you're appearing via Zoom, do not walk around. You need to be seated in one spot. Otherwise, the host is authorized to remove you from the Zoom. Kyrie Seaward, you need to be in either turn around and face the window because we cannot see you. We only see a lovely silhouette. Okay. Private counsel on Zoom. Ms. Battle, who do you represent?
Your Honor, good morning. I represent the Trail Phoenix.
What's the last name?
Phoenix. P-H-I.
Phoenix. Is that on the final plea calendar?
I think I'm still on the status.
Okay. All right. I think I'll just go and do it just down the road then, because otherwise I'm going to be toggling between two calendars. Yusuf Al Kutub, Miss Helen?
Yes, Judge.
All right, he's present.
We're gonna have pre-trial.
Okay. Timothy Batten.
Here, Your Honor.
All right, and your attorney, Brenda Rothman? On her way? Okay, thank you. And that's for 2 cases. Ivy Billington, is Miss Rockwell on Zoom? Ivy Billington?
Here, Your Honor.
All right, I understand your attorney is going to appear via Zoom, so.
Good morning, Judge. I'm
Oh, there
sorry.
she is. Okay, good. What would you like to do, Miss Rockwell?
And Judge, I have been in communications with the prosecutor. I think I have everything. May I just enter a not guilty plea and ask that just this be returned to the division?
Okay, Ivy Billington's case is, go ahead and file a, well, I'm assuming this case has been arraigned.
It has, Judge, and I just request 10 days, 10 additional days. I know the case has some age on it in the event that I need to file anything else, but I have been in communication with Madam Prosecutor of late,
Okay.
as of 2 days ago.
Ms. Githia,
It's
is
my
this case-
understanding that, I'm sorry, it's my understanding that, is there no more ORCA? I mean, are we
It's going
concluding
back
these
to
ORCA?
division, it's going back to
Okay.
division for trial. So is that what you
Okay.
want?
Yes, Judge, just,
Okay.
may I have 10 days just in the event I want to file something else?
Certainly. Okay,
Thank you,
so,
Judge.
let me see. This is Ivy Billington. I just want to be sure the case is arraigned. As fast as the system will go.
And well, Judge, in the event, I'm sure that
No.
we've waived formal arraignment, but for the record, I will also waive formal arraignment and enter a not guilty plea.
Okay, you're good to go. Mr. Billington, you're free to go. Please make sure your address is current. Your case is going to be reset for a jury trial. Thank you. Roshonda Bracy, Attorney Christy Gladden. Take your hat off, you're in a courtroom. Take your hat off, you're in a courtroom. Go outside, take your hat off, fix your hair, and then you can come back in. I don't know, something about hair and hats. Okay. Akeen Brown.
Morning, Your Honor.
Morning, sir. Mr. Shannon?
10 years since I've been here.
All right.
Kenny Shatton is my name.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brown is having car issues, but he said he'll be here about 20 minutes.
All right.
I'm expecting to do a plea. As soon as I can go out, see.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Mhm. Malcolm Burns, Mr. Haddad.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Haddad. Your client's in the courtroom.
He is. We're gonna maintain a not guilty plea to request a jury trial, Judge.
All right. This case is going to be further notice for trial. Has this been arraigned?
I believe so, Judge. These are all, as you know, old cases that were transferred from division, and I'm pretty sure he's already gone through that arraignment in Division C.
Could you file a waiver of arraignment, please?
I sure will,
And
Judge.
Case will be, all right.
I'll take care of it today, Judge.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Malcolm Burns, you're free to go. Your case is going to be reset for a jury trial. Make sure your address is current with the courts at all time and keep in contact with your attorney. You're free to go. Thomas Carpenter, Richard Blevins. Morning, sir.
I got into the case on June 5th, Judge. I don't have discovery. I don't know if Your Honor would recommendable to the discovery.
Your Honor, initial discovery was filed March 9, 2022. So you accessed that via the Georgia e-file system. And then per Fulton County Sheriff's Office, there are no videos.
Oh, who was the last attorney?
I don't know.
What's your client? Who was the last attorney?
Please stand.
Yes, sir.
This is Thomas Carpenter. Case has been pending.
Judge, you don't know who the last attorney is.
That I can't help, but, and then he gets an attorney now? He gets an attorney now after he made bond back in November 8th, 2022.
Happens sometimes. You hire them around-
He's been sitting on his proverbial derriere, not doing anything. That's what it is. All right. You can either waive arraignment or consider a pretrial, or discovery's already been provided. So whoever's the attorney of record has access to discovery that's available. But if he wants to hire an attorney at a late hour, I'm not going to reset it any further. This has been going on for some time. Do you want a moment to try pre-try the case?
I'll ask for a jury trial. I can't prove that without knowing the evidence.
Okay, that's absolutely true. This is going to be a waiver. Are you filing a waiver of arraignment? All right. Waiver of arraignment case is further notice for a jury trial. And thank you, Mr. Blevins. You're free to go. Mutahir Chowdhury, Amanda Perez. Morning.
Judge, I'd like to put out pre-trial.
Okay.
Previously was speaking with the state, a few months ago, and I should be touch base again.
Lovely. Will do. Thank you. Megan Constanza Eberhard, Miss Sarah Rosenhoover.
Judge, that's gonna actually be my case. It's gonna be a plea. The paperwork has been submitted. I forwarded this morning to Ms. Harden, and my client is on Zoom, Judge. So whenever the court is ready, we'll be ready, Judge.
All right.
It's a
Constanza
negotiable.
Eberhard, Miss Constanza, where is she?
I'm here.
Oh, there she is. Okay, thank you. All right.
Thank you,
This is
Judge.
going to be a plea, position number 10. Thank you. Joseph Duarte, Skip Sullivan, there he is. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, they were ready to sign up for a plea this morning.
All right, sir. Thank you. Cedric Edwards. And Mr. Edwards, who's your attorney?
Yeah, it will.
That's not a good sign. Are you here for a plea? All right. Have you filled out the paperwork?
Judge, I'm sorry, Judge. He does not qualify for the service of public defender.
Okay. Mr. Edwards, you're not represented by the Public Defender's Office. Who's your attorney? Okay. Would you like an opportunity to speak to the prosecutor? All right. You need to stay, and then you're going to pre-try your case with the prosecutor. Shaka Foreman?
Good morning, Judge. That's my case. Is Ms. Foreman present on the Zoom call?
Definitely will find out. Shaka Dion Foreman.
Give me a second to get Ms. Foreman here, but that's gonna be a pre-trial, Judge.
All right. Marvin Franklin, Miss Helen?
I'm here. I'm here.
I don't see you. You need your video on.
Judge, that's my case this morning.
Somebody stop me. I'm here.
All right. Has he filled out the paperwork?
We have, and we submitted it to the court.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Franklin, perfect. You've got your video on. Now you can put yourself on mute until we're ready for a plea.
Good.
Alfego Garcia Trujillo, Attorney Andrew Fernandez. Not present. Quintavious Gates. Morning. I'm sorry, could you repeat your name?
Leah.
Madden, okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Madden. Jesse Gill.
Your Honor, Mr. Gill did not qualify for the office.
Mr. Gill, you do not qualify for the services of the Public Defender's Office. Would you like an opportunity to pre-try your case with the prosecutor? I can't understand what you're saying. Would you like an opportunity to pre-try the case? Okay, please remain and one of the prosecutors will speak to you. Richard Graham?
Yes,
Richard Graham?
I'm here.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brandon Rosenblum for Mr. Graham.
All right, and all right, let's go ahead and rename his screen to add Graham to it. And Mr. Rosenblum, good morning,
It's
sir.
just, I've got two clients on there. One says, it says Kenyatta Taylor and Richard Graham. It's just a long
Oh,
one.
I see. No problem. What is the announcement, Mr.
Or-
Rosenblum?
Maintaining a not guilty plea, asking the case be transferred back to division.
All right. And have you filed, has this case been arraigned? I
Oh,
just
yeah.
want to be sure before I
Yeah, this
transfer.
case has gone through the whole gambit.
Okay. This case will be further notice for trial and you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Graham. We'll be in touch. I have
All right,
one
Mr.
other
Graham?
on this calendar.
All right, and Kenyatta Taylor, are you present?
Mr. Taylor is
Yeah.
present. Same announcement, Your Honor.
Same announcement? All right, Kenyatta Taylor is also been arraigned?
Yes.
Okay, position 42, that's going to be further notice for a jury trial. And was there any other cases?
I hope not.
All right, you're free to go. Thank
Have a
you.
great day. Bye
You
now.
too. Dennis Grant? Where?
Judge, we're gonna, Mr. Gray, can you stand?
Okay, got it.
Announce the trial judge.
All right, thank you. Sawton Hood?
That is also my case, Judge. We're gonna maintain a not guilty verdict and ask for it to be returned to the division.
Ms. Hood, and this case has been arraigned?
Yes, Judge.
No, it's not. Could you submit a waiver of arraignment and Ms. Heard, your case is going to be reset for a jury trial. You'll need to come back to court and your attorney is Ms. Helen, and please be prepared for trial. You're free to go. Centrella Hinton?
That's also my case, Judge.
All right.
Judge, that case is in diversion. Ms. Hinton was just contacted this Tuesday, July 30th. We just need a little bit more time for her to be able to complete those conditions. I have heard that there's a September 4th date. If we could get that date for a calendar. That's not her calendar. Okay. Then.
Is she in the diversion program?
Yes, you double check, I'm past that.
I just want to be sure. What's our next date if we have a compliance matter?
September 6th.
Yes, Your Honor, she was receiving diversion.
Okay, next court date is September 6th at 9 a.m. for compliance on diversion. All right, Ms. Hinton, hopefully you're done by September 6th and you can give us the good news at that time. Do you need something?
If you finish before, then we wouldn't have to have you show up and then they would get
You still
the
don't
information from diversion and then they would dismiss the case as well.
Oh.
So if you finish, then we can get it dismissed.
All right. No. Listen to me. Come back on September 6th. Make sure everything is done. You need to make sure all your certificates, hours, whatever you're required to do is done. Okay? Now have a seat, and if you have any more questions, Miss Helen will answer them and she's free. Thank you. I'm sorry? Miss Hinton? Did you want to say something to me? Good job. Julie Ivy. Good morning. All right. Okay. Has this case been arraigned?
I was just trying to bring it up, but I couldn't bring up the website to check myself. I haven't appeared on any other database, so I apologize.
No problem. Ivy. Yes, all the way back in 2021. This case is ready for trial. Okay, it'll be further notice to the division and you'll get notice to come back to court. Miss Julie Ivy, you're free to go. Miss Luss, was that your only case? All right, good to see you. You have a good day, weekend. Quincy Johnson. Good morning, Mr. Mosby and Mr. Johnson. Yes, sir. How are we moving forward?
Mr. Johnson was arraigned on May 7th, 2021. We received our discovery May 3rd. I literally just received an offer yesterday, so we're gonna maintain our not guilty.
Okay,
Continue talking to the state judge.
all right. And this case is going to be further notice for a jury trial. And you will get notice of when to appear.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Yes, you gentlemen are both excused. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Andre Jones. Andre Jones? No? Ms. Rothman, good morning. Yes, your client did announce presence. So was it in courtroom or on Zoom? I can't remember.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. All right. And how would we like to proceed? Okay. Has your case been arraigned? Have the case? Okay. All right, there will be further notice for a jury trial for both cases, and you're free to go. Thank you, Mr. Batten. You're free to leave. Thank you. Sorry, Andre Jones. Okay, not present. Position 24. Devonte Jones. All right. Mr. Devonte Jones, who is your attorney? Mr. Haddad, have you interviewed or pre-qualified Devonte Jones?
Judge, I don't believe so, but I'd be happy to if he says. The notes indicate from Odyssey that was already sent to division, so I'm not really sure, but I'd be happy to speak to him and confirm what he wants to do. I'll have Ms. Helen if he's in the court.
He has no clue who his attorney is.
I'm not aware from my notes that we represent him, Judge. But Ms. Helen, of course, she's in the courtroom. She can talk to him real quick, see if he qualifies, if that's what he needs.
And I also don't have an application for him, but if he's here today, he can fill one out. We'll see if he qualifies.
Well, whoever showed up last time for him demanded a jury trial, so a case management order was issued.
And that might have been Judge Rachel Jenks was covering during that time period as well. So we had, some shifts of lawyers. So it's possible. I mean, it sounds like of an attorney, but we can clear that up. But it should go to division.
I want to make sure it's ready for division. I'm sorry, who's here with a child? Could you please step outside? Thank you so much. And this is not a good environment for a child. Sir, Mr. Jones, number one, whoever was representing you the last time demanded a jury trial, so the case is going for a jury trial. But the public defender's office doesn't know if they represent you, and you don't know who is your attorney. So I'm going to give you a chance to reapply and find out today if you qualify. And if you do qualify, great, we'll go for a jury trial. If you don't qualify, then you have a couple of options to consider before you leave the courtroom. Thank you. Grady Jones, attorney, Mr. Epps. Good morning, Mr. Jones. Is your attorney Grady Jones here?
I'm Grady Jones, Kyle Epps.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I meant Kyle Epps. Excuse me, sorry about that. Where's Mr. Epps? Okay, have you spoken to him?
Yeah.
Would you like to step out and call him and say, hey, I'm in the courtroom, where are you?
He's wondering if he's not even down there. I'm sorry, it might do some good. He's never there. He always has an excuse.
All right, would you like, well, have a seat. I'm gonna have to address you separately, sir. Catherine Kelly, Miss Rockwell again?
Good morning, Judge.
Morning. Catherine
Judge,
Kelly?
I've been in communication with the Madam Prosecutor on this. She is maybe a candidate for the mental health court. She's presently in a facility right now called Twin Lakes, TWIN Lakes, which is in Monroe, Georgia. I was trying to get through her ex-husband some paperwork to that effect. I'm just stating as an officer of the court that that is where she is right now. I'm not sure what I need to request. I did hear you talk about a September court date. Is that possible, even though I'm on leave, that I might be able to attend that via Zoom?
Give me a moment.
Just for status on her.
I'm going to reset this for, this case has already been arraigned. I'm going to reset it for a jury trial. And I would highly recommend that you get with the prosecutor assigned to that division. And this will be, well, I don't know where it's going to go to. It has to be transferred back to the original division judge.
It looks
And
like it's gonna be Judge Edie, but Judge, there's still maybe a little bit of work we could do on her.
no,
Are you
so what, Miss Rockwell, I can't do anything because this is going to be out of ORCA. So, so once it's out of ORCA, you can confer with the prosecutor, provide paperwork or whether she is admitted to some kind of institution or seeking treatment or has got a MH evaluation, I do not know. But
Okay.
how the case moves forward and if there are any competency issues, that is something that the prosecutor in that division is going to have to take up.
Okay, Judge, thank you so much.
Just because it's being phased out of ORCA.
I understand. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Well, did you have any other cases?
I
Oh,
have
yeah, on
one
the
more,
final
but
plea.
it's on the, it's, or two more, but, one's on a
On the-
status conference and,
Okay.
Chauncey Turner is on the, final plea. So I'll stand down, Judge. I'm happy to stand down. I don't want to
Okay.
jump the line. Thank you.
Joseph Kenny. Joseph Kenny is here for diversion compliance. Any announcements? Miss Githia? Joseph Kenny, this would be a good day to show up. No, not present. All right, Joseph Lanier's case is closed. Tonetta Luster?
Judge, that's my
Yes.
case.
There she is.
Judge, that's gonna be a pre-trial.
Okay, thank you. Amira Mann? Dennis Murphy? All right, are you Miss Mann? Okay, have you spoken to your attorney, Mr. Murphy? Okay, normally he shows up with. Just had him in court yesterday. All right, Miss Mann, I would step outside and try to speak to Mr. Murphy. Your case was supposed to go to trial, but it was rescheduled for this date. So I don't know whether y'all were thinking of doing a plea, but I highly recommend you step outside and try to reach your attorney. Anthony McClure, Miss Helen?
Yes, Judge, that's my case. Is Mr. McClure present in court or on the Zoom call?
Anthony McClure?
Judge, the contact information I have is not,
His sister is here. He said he was on the way.
Anita King, you need to start your video.
I'm sorry.
Okay, he's not, so I'll just hold on this.
thank you, Judge.
All right.
Is
Mr.
he
Murphy
able
is
to join
here.
the Zoom?
No, Miss King, he either needs to be on Zoom or he needs to be in the courtroom. Otherwise, a bench warrant will be issued for his arrest. So if you're not the defendant, you can leave the Zoom and call him immediately.
Okay, I'm the victim, so they wanted me to call.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're the victim. How would you know whether he's on the
Yes.
way?
Because we've been in communication. This case is like 4 years old.
Of course. Isn't that sweet? Okay. All right, mute your screen, please. I think I just saw Mr. Murphy, so I think Miss Mann is in good stead. Okay. Quentin McKenzie? Quentin McKenzie? Oh, that's Mr. Murphy's client also. Mr. Murphy is here, but Mr. Murphy, good morning, sir. I believe you just met your client, Miss Mann, outside?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also represent Quentin McKenzie? I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
Sorry, don't worry, Judge. I have something for the state.
Okay,
Quentin McKenzie is still in custody in the Department of Corrections, and he is not due out until 2034. So we can just,
2034, I just want to check my calendar. So,
So it's how we made a mistake in the circumstances.
all right, I'm just going to put a big question mark on that and let Mr. Birch decide how he would like to proceed. Okay,
Judge, as pertains to the mirror man, I'm going to maintain our not guilty plea until we can go back to the division judge.
okay. Yes, in that case,
Position 31.
yeah, okay, this case is going to be for the notice for trial. If you want to let Miss Mann and her family know that they're free to go, that would be
I
good.
will judge. And
Okay.
then the last one I have is Warren Solomon, who is present. I want to speak to the state briefly. What we do.
Solomon?
Yes, Warren
Uh,
Solomon.
All right, got him. All right, thank you, Ms. Murphy. Leonardo Mata, Samad Mubin.
Yes, Your Honor, I've been speaking with Attorney Mubin. We have accepted a plea offer, but he filed a medical leave for today's calendar. He's requesting to be on the next available plea calendar.
Right, this is,
I'm sorry, y'all.
go ahead.
I sent an email to Modine and the reply that I got back that he or she'll be joining in 20 minutes to make the announcement, because I told him we couldn't just excuse him.
Oh, okay.
You can call him and let him know it's reset to September 6th, if you want.
I'll respond to his email.
All right.
6, you said?
Yeah. Kyle Norman? All right, and your attorney is Alfred Johnson, is that correct? Where is he? Alfred Johnson, are you on Zoom, counsel? Attorney Alfred Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here. I'm sorry. For Mr. Kyle Norman.
There you are, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
And how would you, this is here for a plea today?
it is, Your Honor.
All right, and the paperwork has been submitted?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please hold and we will address the plea shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Nadia Reese, Miss Zakia Watson Cafe, good morning.
Good morning,
morning.
Your Honor. She's here on the Zoom. If we can just send this to the division judge, that would be appreciated.
Okay, has this been arraigned?
I filed a waiver in January of this year, Your Honor.
Okay. Miss Reese, your case is going to be reset for a jury trial. Please make sure you maintain a current address. Does she have 2 other cases or?
She does.
Okay. All right, all of those are going to go for back to the division judge. Anything else,
Thank you,
Miss
Your Honor.
Watson Cafe?
I have one more. I can wait for you to go through the calendar.
Okay.
I just wanted to excuse Miss Reese. That's okay.
Yeah, Miss Reese is free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Justin Rogers.
Good morning, Judge. That's my case. Is Mr. Rogers present in court or on the Zoom call?
Justin Rogers.
I tried to reach out to the contact information through Odyssey. It's not good numbers, and so Judge, I haven't had no contact with Mr. Rogers.
All right, hopefully he'll reach us before the end of the calendar. Brian Scott?
Good
All right,
morning,
sir.
Judge.
Yes, good
That's-
morning, Mr. Haddad. Yes, sir.
That's gonna be my case. It's a negotiated plea. I submitted the paperwork to Ms. Harden about 20 minutes ago, Judge. So we're ready whenever the court is.
Okay, Mr. Scott, please hold the, you will have a plea hearing very shortly. Kyrie Seward? Kyrie Seward?
Good morning, Your Honor. I represent Mr. Seward. As of
Oh,
about
Mr.
30 seconds ago, that case is going to be a plea. I do not have any paperwork prepared and don't have it yet. If we could have the court's next plea date, I can get all that completed by that time, Your Honor.
All right, and is this a Mr. Seward present?
He is, Judge. He's the
All right.
gentleman.
Will he be able to come down to the courthouse in person?
I think he's living in Ohio, Your Honor, so we would prefer to do it over Zoom.
Okay, next court date is September 6th. And this is going to be for a plea over Zoom.
Thank you, Your Honor. May we be excused?
Yes, sir. Lonnie Smith?
Good morning, Judge. That's my case. It's Mr. Smith present on the Zoom call.
Lonnie Smith?
I've spoken to Mr. Smith this week, Judge. He knows of this. Let me try to get him here, but that is okay.
Where is he?
Mr. Smith, if you can unmute yourself.
No, the pictures are all different.
No,
But,
on this front screen, he's.
oh, on this screen.
Hey, Mr. Smith, unmute.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Well, eventually he'll need to learn how to unmute. Okay.
Judge, that's gonna be a request for a jury trial demand.
Oh, okay. And Lonnie Smith's case has been arraigned? You know, that's the question I'm gonna ask when you ask, because it's gotta go back as an arraigned case ready for trial.
I will enter in a waiver of arraignment, Judge.
Yes, I'm here, Judge.
Okay, finally. All right, the next time you come back to court, it'll have to be in person because you're gonna be here for trial. No more Zoom.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, now you're free to go. Thank you. All right, please file that waiver, Miss Helen.
Yes, Judge.
All right, so Warren Solomon has been addressed, Kenyatta Taylor has been addressed, Tranisha Taylor. Tranisha Taylor. And yes, Miss Taylor, who's your attorney? Have you applied for the public defender's office? Did you qualify?
I don't have an application from her, so she'll fill out a new one today and we'll see if she qualifies.
When did you apply?
Could you stand, please, ma'am?
All right.
Please stand.
Aisha Thomas. Mr. Haddad?
That is my case, Judge. We're gonna waive arraignment and her plea of not guilty. We've not had a waiver before, so I'll go ahead and take care of that and send it back to division, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Haddad. Chauncey Turner, Ms. Rockwell?
Your Honor. Present, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Miss Renee Rockwell?
I'm sorry, Judge. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I wish, well, never mind, I'll pass on that comment, but I do need the court to know on this one. I don't think I have all the discovery, so can you tell me what my announcement needs to be, seeing that we're actually moving to the division? Should I just file my discovery request?
Well, it was reset for a final plea on May 10th, and then you all filed a waiver of arraignment. You've done discovery requests, and Ms. Githier or Mr. Birch can give me the status of those requests. This is position number 45.
I'm sorry, I was reading something.
That's okay.
Your Honor, I did email Ms. Rockwell on July 30th with an offer of this case.
Okay.
What was the question? specifically?
She was wondering whether there's been any response to her discovery request from May 12th.
I'll take.
All right, Ms.
Judge,
Rockwell, please.
I'll just get with the prosecutor. It's gonna be Mr. Birch?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay, Judge, but my question was, what should my announcement be? Seeing that we're closing out the ORCA division.
You can either ask for it to be reset to September 6th if your client wants to accept the offer that was just emailed to you, or you can go ahead and enter a not guilty plea. What would you, so couple of.
I prefer if I could, because I'm on leave on September 6th, but if the court would allow and the state wouldn't object to a Zoom option, I'd love to continue to talk about it. So could we have September 6th, and would that be a Zoom option since I'm on leave on that day?
Yes, September 6th, 2024.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Was that your only case left?
I think that's it. I'll stand down in case I hear anything else.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. I'll get with you. Thank you. And y'all have a good
Mr.
weekend.
Chauncey, you're free to go, but you'll need to be back on Zoom on September 6th at 9 a.m.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Turner,
you, Judge. Y'all
excuse
have a
me.
good weekend.
Thank
too.
you. Okay. All right, Jaliki, I'm so sorry if I'm mispronouncing this, Jaliki Turner? Jaleke Turner? All right, none of the pronunciations worked.
We did receive
Good,
it.
good. Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here on Mr. Turner's behalf. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's good. I'm glad you did. Mr. Tola, yes, sir. How are we proceeding?
Yeah, I sent an email to the court. I finally spoke to my client yesterday. He's not completed any of the things that we need to get done to finish this case. He just turned 21 in June. He's been struggling a little bit. He's been at home in Virginia. He moved back to Virginia where he's taking care of his mother. It's my understanding. And if we could just have it reset one time, we'll get everything ready for a plea on the next court date.
Who's the prosecutor? Mr. Burt? What are you waiting on from Mr. Turner? Is he in some kind of diversion program?
No, that's not what I have here, Your Honor. I see this was reset from the May 3rd complete calendar.
Yeah, I don't know what he's required to do, Mr. Toller. I'm just giving you the benefit because I can't see you, so I'm assuming that's Henry Toller.
It is. Hold on. Where's my? Is it not showing up?
Nope.
Hold on. Well, I'm here. Hold on. It says none or blur. Is it on now?
Yeah, perfect.
I've got a new phone. So I've got a new phone. So I had to re-download Zoom this morning. And I'm not sure what's going on with the picture. I can't see y'all now. I can only see myself.
You are coming through bright in HD color, sir. So you're perfectly fine.
Good.
So, yeah, so your client is supposed to be here for a final plea today. I'm not certain what's the reason he's not here.
Well, I've got him. He's available if you want me to put him on. Because I had filed the email asking with a continuance, but I've got him available if he needs to appear. If you want me to send, I just got the link this morning, but I can send him a link and have him appear in the next 5 minutes if the court would like. But we haven't done any plea paperwork. Excuse me?
Yeah, okay. So tell him to appear. Mr. Birch, resend the plea paperwork. And we are going to see if this is a possible plea. Position 46.
Thank you.
All right. And yes, Mr. Toll, okay. Do you need some help with the new phone? We can help you. We can help you mute and stop video for now.
I think I've got it. And I've got it's showing back up. Thank you. I'm sorry.
All righty. Okay, Mr. Glanville, we may have to assist. Okay. Kevin Ventries.
Yes, that's my case.
All right. Yes, Mr. Howard. Mr. Howard, right?
Mr. Ventries says he'd like to go to trial, Judge.
All right. And has his case been arraigned? Have you been his counsel at all times then? Okay. Then in that case, we're going to further notice this for trial with the division judge. And best of luck.
So, Judge, do you have any idea what that would be?
Oh, absolutely not. I wish I knew all the judges' schedule, but I can only keep so much in my noggin. All right, thank you. Yes, sir, thank you.
Case, is that term for private attorney?
What's your client's name? Yes, position 51, next page. And yes, sir, what's the announcement?
Rockdale County Jail. My understanding is he's still jail at residence.
And that's position 50 and 51, Judge.
He's still in jail or he's not?
I said yes.
Which facility? Okay. Let's reset him to September 6th and see how he's doing. Yes, sir.
That would be in the same court, correct?
In this courtroom, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
You too. Melissa Washington. Melissa
Hi, I'm here.
Carmel Washington.
I'm here.
There she is, okay. Ms. Washington, your attorney is Pat Dixon III. Is he present?
No.
No?
He-
And where, yes?
He said that he turned in like a conflict, something about conflict. He had another court date this morning, I believe.
Let me find out. Do we have a, well,
Judge, let me try to get in touch with him. Can you tell me who the client is one more time?
Melissa Carmel Washington.
Okay, stand down, please.
So conflict is filed on July.
30th? Mm-hmm. All right, your case is going to be reset for September 6th.
Okay.
At 9 a.m.
Thank you. Will
Ms.
it be
Washington.
virtual?
Yes.
Okay, September 6th at 9 a.m. Thank you.
All right, you're free to go.
Thank
Al
you.
Williams?
Morning, Judge, that's my case. It's Mr. Al Williams present. Judge, it's gonna be a pre-trial.
Okay, thank you. All right, 50 and 51 have been reset. 52, Katesia Wilson?
That's also my case, Judge. Is Miss Wilson present on the Zoom call?
Katesia Wilson.
She just called me and said she was in a car accident. I sent her a link to still have her show up. But
Okay.
Judge, we're gonna maintain a not guilty plea and ask it be returned to the division. And I will enter a waiver of arraignment.
Okay. And don't forget to file the waiver.
Understood, Judge.
Xavier Zachary.
That is also my case, Judge. When I spoke to Mr. Zachary this week, he did not want the services of the public defender's office and that he was going to be representing himself today and give an announcement for his case.
Okay. All right, Mr. Zachary, if you have a right to an attorney, if you cannot afford one, one would be appointed to represent you. However, if you choose, I'll just put that down as a pre-try. I'm not sure what I understood what he said, but have a seat. You'll have a chance to speak to the prosecutor. All right, stop. Stop. Come around to the podium because I have no clue what you are mumbling from there. Come forward. Do you have an injury, sir?
So what now?
Oh, now I can hear you clearly. Come forward to the podium. Put your arms down. All right. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, one would be appointed to represent you. If you choose to decline the services of the Fulton County Public Defender's Office, then you have a right to hire your own attorney or choose to represent yourself. If you represent yourself, you're responsible for understanding how the law applies to the facts of your case, and you are responsible for any legal decisions you make and how it may apply to your personal situation and any other open cases you may have. Now, the question I have to ask you is, would you like to continue with the Fulton County Public Defender's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Helen, it appears that he would still like to be represented by you.
Understood, Judge. That'll be a pre-trial today.
All right, go have a seat and she will speak to the prosecutor. Thank you. This is the status calendar. These are for individuals who hopefully have been retained by counsel or have public defenders or are present. Let's put it that way. Kojo R. Hin, Michael Dick Bixson. Oh, I thought Mr. Birch had a sidebar. Okay. Yes, Mr. Bixson, who is your, sorry, Mr. Kojo, where's your attorney?
My attorney signed up the case. This is a case from, I think, 2018-19. And he signed up the case, but I spoke to the prosecutor's office. And I think we had some type of arrangement.
No, we spoke, but we do not have an offer. We can pre-trial, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Arhin, if you are, from what I gather, what you're trying to tell me is Mr. Bixson has withdrawn from the case?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have allowed him to withdraw?
I went to his office, the office has moved and I haven't gotten in contact.
He withdrew.
That is one. So I was sent a letter to come to court, which nobody, I didn't get a letter. He also never contacted me, so, I kind of figured he's okay.
So since then, have you hired another attorney?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so if you would like to speak to the prosecutor, please understand that you're doing so without counsel, and I'll give you an opportunity to pre-try the case. Okay, thank you. Derek Blassingame?
Derek Blassingame, present.
Your Honor, Attorney Reddick for the state. State is ready. We'd ask to be placed on, sent back to the division for the trial calendar. I am sending Mr. Blassingame the state's offer that will expire on Monday of next week.
I haven't received an offer from the state.
You have not received an offer from the state?
No, I have not received an offer from the state, Your Honor.
Put your email in the chat directly to SASG Reddick. And Mr. Blassingame, are you represented by counsel?
No, I am not. I'm self-represented, and Judge Roth previously authorized or granted my motion to represent myself.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Okay.
Oh.
Miss, so put your email in the chat directly to SASG Reddick, and Miss Reddick will chat you back the offer, and then I'll get back to your case. Thank you. Does Bernice Booker?
I'm here.
All right, Miss Booker, please start your video, or the host will prompt you.
The host had to, the host had to start it for me because I had to put on a shirt.
Mr. Glanville, if you could prompt Miss Booker to start video, please.
It's done, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Booker, we are prompting you to start video. There we go. Thank you. And who is your attorney?
It was Deirdre Stokes, but I haven't heard from her.
All right. So how would you like to proceed with your case?
What are the options? I don't know how this works. I'm sorry.
I'm just double checking something. Looks like she's in diversion, just checking something.
I just know that I wasn't able to complete everything. I mean, I've got a lot going on.
Does that answer your question, Ms. Githia?
Yes, she is actually like the version of May 21st of this year. And she was going to complete anger management and do community service.
What have you completed, Ms. Booker?
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all. All right. You're already in a vehicle. Please make sure you come down to 160 Prior Street, G33. Otherwise, I'm issuing a warrant for your arrest. Thank you. Please mute your screen. Make sure you're in court today. You have to be in court today.
Yes, ma'am.
See you soon. Latrice Copeland. We can remove Ms. Booker from Zoom, please.
Good morning, Judge, again. I have 2 cases on the calendar and just letting the court know, my husband went into the hospital last night. So
Okay,
I'm trying to kind of get back to him.
no problem. Is Latrice Copeland present?
She is present. I have been trying since this whole time to help her get her name on there. Latrice, can you please come on? I believe she is the Samsung. You have to unmute.
Is that the lady with the white shirt?
Yes.
Okay. And how are we proceeding with her case?
Judge, I don't have, I just got some more discovery from the state today, this morning. And so I would like to have the opportunity to look it over. I was given an offer this morning, but I have not had time to look at anything.
Okay. I can reset this case to September 6th. Ms. Githia or Mr. Birch? Yeah. Have discovery been provided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
For to put it on the record, that was when this Hornsby battle had filed an entry. Ms. Copeland was originally represented by the PD's office, and then she decided she wanted to private counsel. Ms. Hornsby battle filed her entry at the time of the IT outage, so it was just an oversight on my part that I didn't send her the discovery.
All right, Ms. Battle, you will get some material from Prosecutor Githia.
Everything has been provided late last night.
Okay, and apparently everything's been provided late last night. Case is reset to September 6th. Hopefully, things work out well with your spouse, but you have till September 6th? Yeah.
I do have another case on the calendar, Your Honor. It's position 20.
20? Okay. Shall I excuse your other client, Ms. Copeland, from the Zoom?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Copeland, you're free to go.
Thank
Jatrell Phoenix?
I'm here.
All right, yes, and what's the announcement for Mr. Phoenix?
Your Honor, I'd like to have that I moved back to the other court, like for trial.
Okay. Let me just make sure this case has been
I've done a waiver and all of that.
All right. Mr. Phoenix, your case is going to be further notice for a jury trial. Your next court date will have to be in person, no more Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have for today.
Yep, that's good. Yes, thank you, Ms. Battle. I hope things work out.
I appreciate you.
Your Honor, can we go back to Mr. Blassingame? He has rejected the offer.
No, let me finish the rest of my calendar, then I'll get back to what I need to do. Cupido Marquez.
Good morning, Judge. That's my case. Mr. Marquez is currently incarcerated at Fulton County Jail. He has been there since June, so we'll have to have this go back to the division.
Have you spoken to him?
No, Judge.
Okay, we're going to put this on the SAP calendar. Do you know if it's in a Superior Court matter?
They're felony charges, Judge.
Okay. We're going to further notice this to SAP, and this can be either on August, what was that, 7th? No, 8th, or August 15th. I think August 15th.
Understood, Judge.
Reset August on the SAP calendar.
Thank you, Judge.
Hopefully. All right, position 6, Keith Dandy. Keith Dandy, I do see the ceiling. All right, now I see the gentleman. Now, if he can unmute and take his hat off and stop moving, then we are in business. All right, can't hear what I'm saying. Taylor Davenport.
Morning, Judge. Judge Morrow allowed me to withdraw from this case when Mr. Davenport wanted to hire his own attorney. Is Mr. Davenport here or on the Zoom call?
Taylor Davenport. Not present. Mr. Dandy, can you hear me now? Mr. Dandy?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Dandy, good things happen to people who listen to rules. Your case is dismissed.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
You're free to go.
Bless you. Have a
Juan
great day.
Farmer? Ms. Rockwell?
Good morning, Judge.
Yes, good morning. Juan Farmer? All right, Juan is present. Juan
He
Farmer is
should be on,
present.
Judge. I am not sure what to request other than I did speak with Madam Prosecutor 2 days ago, and I missed it, but I realize now that I do have an offer, and I realize now that I did receive an evidence.com link on 6/6. So could I have 10 days and further notice this back to the division?
All right. And Mr. Farmer, your case is going to be further notice for a jury trial. Your next court date will have to be in person. Please be sure that you appear. And this is position 8.
Okay.
Yes,
Your Honor.
All right, Miss Rockwell, yeah, he waived
Hello,
arraignment,
Judge.
so we are
Hello,
good,
Judge.
good to go.
Hello, Judge.
Taylor Davenport,
Yes, ma'am.
all right, you need your video on if you want to be addressed.
Alrighty. How do you do that?
All right.
right.
Moving on. Albert Fuqua. Albert Fuqua. Mr. Farmer, you're free to go. Juan Farmer, you're free to go. Okay. Albert Fuqua, position 9. It's not present. Jimmy Gibbons.
Morning, Judge. That's my case. I believe I saw Mr. Gibbons present on the Zoom call. Currently, we're waiting for a response back from the Gwinnett County DUI court. We would need that September 6th date just to give him a little bit more time to see if he's accepted into it.
Mr. Gibbons, where are you?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
All right. Do you know if you've been accepted into the DUI court in Gwinnett County?
He has not, Judge. There was a charge from a probation hold that he just paid. So they were waiting for that to clear and then to see if he would be admitted.
This is a final reset to September 6th? Or did you say jury trial?
No,
okay.
September 6th final plea, Judge.
Okay.
Hello, Judge. I'm here.
All right, Mr. Gibbons. All right, Mr. Gibbons, so your next court date is September 6th at 9 a.m. via Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
DUI court in Gwinnett. All right, you're free to go. Next
I'm
case
here,
for
Judge.
Miss Helen, you're free to go. Danielle Humphrey.
Those are my cases, Judge, and I believe Mr. Humphrey is present on the Zoom call.
Well, we'll see.
Hello.
Judge,
All right, I don't know what to do with
is
that.
that Mr. Humphrey?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there he is on the Zoom call, Judge. We're actually requesting or maintaining a not guilty verdict.
Just give me a moment, please. The gentleman who's wearing a black jacket with a
Yes.
black t-shirt and a red bottle on it. What is your name?
Yes, my name is Albert Fuqua. I was having problems unmuting the phone.
Your name
I'm
is
a-
Albert Fuqua?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's correct that name on the screen, please. Okay,
How I do that?
don't worry about it.
Okay.
Mr. Glanville, we probably need to rechange that name. Okay, so you are present. And what was the announcement for him, Miss?
Mr. Humphrey?
Oh, no. Is that your client, Fuquay?
No, it's not.
All right. Mr. Fuquay, who is your attorney?
I don't have one, ma'am.
All right, you need to come down to the courthouse and apply for a public defender's office. Please be here before 12 noon.
I'm in Nashville, Tennessee.
Then you are in trouble unless you want a moment to speak to the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am. The problem is this been like 4 years. It's like 4 years old. And
Do not leave
somehow,
the Zoom. Do not leave the Zoom, and I'm going to give you a chance to speak to the prosecutor. Please mute your screen.
okay.
You can put it to him, give it to him in a chat.
Okay.
Mute your screen. Okay. Taylor Davenport. Now, that's the one you said has, you withdrawn from the case?
I have, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Davenport, who is your attorney? You need to unmute.
I don't have one, ma'am.
All right. Then you're supposed to be in the courthouse at before noon today.
Do I have any options?
I'll give you a chance to pre-try the case with the prosecutor.
Thank you.
Mute your screen. Daniel Humphrey, have we already addressed him? I'm sorry.
No.
Those are my cases. That's position 11, 12, 13. We're maintaining a not guilty plea, Judge, and ask those be returned to division.
Where is he?
He's right there at the very top, Judge.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. I don't know why it shows up differently on my screen. Okay, there he is. Okay. And have all 4 cases been arraigned?
I don't believe so, Judge, and I'll enter in a waiver of arraignment for them.
Just give me a moment.
I don't see that they are, Judge.
All right. You need to file an arraignment in all 1, 2, 3 cases. And there will be further notice for trial.
Understood, Judge.
Mr. Humphrey, your
Yes, ma'am.
attorney is with the Public Defender's Office. All 3 cases are going to be reset for a jury trial. Your next court appearances are all going to be in person. You're not allowed to appear via Zoom anymore. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, you're free to go. Oh, famous name, Jesse Jackson. Attorney Dornisha Davis. Morning, yes. In person?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Can you see me? Oh, no, that's okay. You can go back to the gallery. And what would you like to do?
I received supplemental discovery from the state last night. I guess for the time being, I'd like to announce a pre-trial.
Okay. Jermaine Kelly? Jermaine Kelly?
Present, Your Honor.
All right. And who's your attorney?
Michael
Michael
Bernard.
Oh, there you are, sir. Okay, yes, sir. Mr. Bernard, how are we proceeding with your client?
Judge, this case was on back in May, and Mr. Kelly was extended an offer of pretrial diversion. He's had some issues gathering up the funds to get into that program. I think it's $300 that he hasn't been able to come up with. What we'd ask for is a reset to September 6th so that he can get that and then proceed with pretrial diversion.
Okay. This is a final reset to September 6th. Pending
Yes.
admission into diversion. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Judge. Have a good weekend.
You too. Thank you. Mr. Kelly, you're free to go, I guess. Okay. Jolene Lukes.
Good morning, Judge. That's my case. Is Ms. Lukes present in court or on the
Present.
Zoom call?
She is on Zoom.
Thank you, Judge. She's currently in diversion. She just needs a little bit more time to complete the class, or excuse me, the community service hours in her diversion case. So we're just gonna request that September 6th date for a diversion compliance update.
How many hours are left? How many hours are left, Ms. Lukes?
25.
How many was she required to do?
Me as well, Judge.
Gianna, 40, 50?
She's supposed to complete 25 hours, Your Honor.
Ms. Lukes, your next court date is September 6th at 9 a.m. And when you show up to court in person with your letter from the nonprofit agency saying you have completed the 25 hours of community service and every other condition of your diversion program. Otherwise, you will be out of the diversion program. Your case will not be dismissed and will be reset for a trial. And there goes that wonderful opportunity. Did you hear me? In person, no more Zoom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Brian Martinez. You're free to go, Ms. Lukes. Brian Martinez.
Here, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Martinez, where's your attorney, Scott Fortas?
Yes, that's my attorney. I don't think he's here.
Neither
Judge,
do
I'll
I.
get him. I'll get him, Judge. What is it, Brian Martinez?
Brian Martinez, okay,
Okay,
please
Judge,
hold.
stand
Mr.
down, please.
Martinez, I recommend you get on the phone, call your attorney. It would
Well, I
be
already
important.
completed my diversion program and anger management courses and all that. I thought that's all I had to do.
Did you provide proof of it?
Yeah, he
To whom?
to Scott Portis.
All right. Ms. Githia, has Mr. Ford or Mr. Birch, have they submitted proof of completion?
I'm looking at that right there.
Do you have the documents of completion?
Yes, I think I sent them to the people that I was talking to. Like I sent them all the information, paid the fee as well.
So you
I
see
have
on
it. Let me-
on the screen, we have a prosecutor, and he's the one who needs to look at the documents. So
Okay.
contact Scott Fortas to forward the email to James Birch.
James Birch. Let me type it down.
All right?
Okay.
And please mute your screen. Waikithia Moore.
Good morning, Judge. This is my case. Ms. Moore is on Zoom. I'd request a reset
here.
I'd request a reset for September 6th for diversion, Judge.
Has she been offered diversion?
She has, Judge, and in all honesty, it was my fault that I had entered the wrong email address, and it got bounced back by the time I realized it. So it's a new diversion offer that she got recently, like in the last few days. But she doesn't have a lot to do. I think it's just one class that she'll be able to be done before September 6th. I want to kind of keep it within ORCA so we can get it over with, Judge.
Where's Miss Moore?
I'm right here.
Yeah, it's just, it looks different on. Yeah. All right, Miss Moore, I need you to put the correct email address. Take your hand out of your shirt. Take your hand, yeah, thank you. That way I can see your face. Thank you. Miss Moore, I need you to send your email address to Mr. Haddad in the chat, and he's going to send you.
He already got it.
Judge,
And
I'm sorry.
Okay, y'all, if y'all don't want me to let me complete my sentences, y'all can come down to the courthouse where I can have a one-on-one with you.
He already got it.
Miss Moore, please hold. I'm going to move on to cases where people are actually listening. Do not leave. All right, Mr. Haddad, if you want to send her the diversion paperwork and confirm that she accepts it, I'll be able to move on with this case. But right
Yep.
now, I need a definitive response that she's going into diversion and that she's accepted it and she's gonna pay for it before I
Judge-
reset it to September sixth.
If I may be heard, Judge, and it was my fault. I didn't
No, I
communicate
got
things right.
that. I got
So
that.
she did get we corrected the email address, and she did get the invite from Diversion this week on her correct email address. So that's been done, Judge. She'll
I know.
have to.
I know, but Mr. Haddad, when someone is invited, then we're waiting for a yes or no, you know, like an invite to someone's birthday. But all I'm saying is that I just want confirmation that she's accepted the diversion program. She's going in before I move on with this case. So y'all still need to talk, okay?
All right.
And she needs to get out of bed.
Why I gotta get that?
Oh. One more word out of your client, Mr. Moore, in that tone, and you know what I'm gonna do, right? Okay. Quarez Nelson.
That's my case, Judge.
Mhm.
That's a diversion update. Mr. Nelson has paid the $250. He's present on the Zoom call. However, he still has 25 hours left to complete the diversion.
Out of how many?
25.
Okay, that's okay. How about just say he didn't complete a single hour of community service, okay?
Nah.
Hey, Quarez, thank you for being here. And what else would your attorney like to tell me?
He also has one theft class left to complete. I'm asking for that September 6th date. And if he has to appear in person, Judge, that's fine as well. I just want him to know that it's still 25 hours left for him to complete, as well as one theft class.
Mr. Nelson, do you realize what you have to complete?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your next court date is September 6th, 2024 at 9 a.m. in person, no more Zoom.
Okay, and that's what the
You need to come to court. You need to come to court with proof of all these conditions being completed.
Okay.
All right, see you then. You're free to go.
All right.
Elizabeth Randall.
That's also my case, Judge. Ms. Randall is, she was present on the Zoom call. She told me her phone died, but she was present early.
I remember.
Judge, we're maintaining a not guilty plea, and we're asking that be returned to the division.
Arraigned?
Sorry to
Don't
interrupt.
know.
She just joined back.
Okay, Miss Randall, you there? Okay, let's see what's going on with her case. No, you probably need to file one, Miss
Understood, Judge.
Ellen. No, sorry, it was filed in 2022. Okay, you're good. All right, Miss Randall, your case is going to be reset for a trial. Your next court appearance will have to be in person, no more Zoom appearances.
Okay.
And you'll need to come down to the courthouse for trial. You're free to go.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Norberto Rivera.
That is also my case, Judge. Mr. Rivera is present on the Zoom call. I believe he's Spanish speaking, but he does have his children helping him. I think there's a Spanish.
There is a Spanish interpreter, yes. Good morning. What's the announcement? Good morning, Miss Chansey.
This case is in diversion. He just got contacted this week on July 29th to complete the terms of it, Judge. So he just got started. If we could have that September 6th date.
What's he required to complete? What are we talking about? Community service? This is is he required to do anger management or FVIP?
Currently, Mr. Riviera has an alcohol and drug evaluation to complete. He has the FVIP course to complete, as well as pay the $250 administrative fee, Judge.
Ms. Chansey, if you could please interpret. Mr. Rivera, you are in the Fulton County Compliance Program where you're required to complete these conditions.
Señor Rivera, usted está en el programa de cumplimiento del condado de Fulton y se requiere que usted cumpla las siguientes condiciones.
All right, you're supposed to complete an alcohol drug evaluation with a healthcare provider and submit to any treatment as required.
Usted debe someterse a una evaluación de drogas y alcohol y completar un tratamiento médico si se lo requiere.
Okay. You're
Okay.
also required to complete a 24-week family violence program, which you must enroll within the next 7 days.
Usted debe completar 24 semanas en un programa de violencia familiar en los próximos 7 días. Debe registrarse, perdón, en los
And you're,
próximos.
sorry, was that done, Ms. Chancy?
Yes, I tried to correct myself, sorry.
And you're required to pay the diversion fees of $250 by Monday before 5 p.m.
Y usted debe pagar las tarifas de $250 de la división de desvío de programa el lunes hasta el lunes antes de las 5 de la tarde.
¿Me lo pagaste o no?
Your next court date.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I think they're trying to say that they already paid it.
Okay, if they're paid, great.
Si ya está pago, mejor.
On September 6th, he has to come back to court in person.
El 6 de septiembre tiene que regresar al tribunal, a la sala, en persona.
Bring proof of the alcohol and drug evaluation.
Usted tiene que traer esa prueba de la evaluación de drogas y alcohol que reciba.
Bring proof that he has enrolled in a domestic violence program.
Y también que usted se registró en un programa de violencia doméstica.
And then we will give him another court date for continuing compliance.
Y le daremos una próxima fecha para confirmar el cumplimiento de estas condiciones suyas.
Now, this is not Zoom. He has to be here in person.
Recuerde, no será a través de Zoom. Usted debe ir a la sala de tribunal en persona.
Okay.
Okay.
Any questions?
¿Alguna pregunta, señor?
¿Cómo?
¿Qué hora?
¿Ahora?
Pregúntale qué hora.
¿A qué horas va a ser la corte?
9 a.m. 9 a.m.
A las 9 de la mañana.
Okay. ¿La fecha?
Es el 6 de septiembre, November 6.
No, September 6. September.
I'm sorry, September 6. Septiembre, el 6 de septiembre a las 9 de la mañana.
Okay. Pero el dinero ya pagó, ¿no? ¿Ya lo pagaste? Okay. Okay.
All right. Miss Helen, did you have any questions for your client?
I do not, Judge.
All right, he's free to go.
Okay, puede retirarse de la plataforma, señor.
Okay, está bien. Gracias. Sí,
All right,
bye.
thank you.
Are there any other defendants or individuals who are in the courtroom or who are on Zoom who need the services of a Spanish interpreter?
¿Hay alguien que necesita un intérprete en español para hablar con la señora jueza? Por favor, prenda su cámara o avísenos.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Chauncey. We appreciate this lengthy time you stayed with us.
That's all right. Have a good weekend, Your Honor.
Thank you. Quintavious Shivers?
Judge, that's my case. Is Mr. Shivers president or on?
I believe so. It sounds like a name I've seen on the screen, but you know, it's been a while.
Shivers?
Quintavious Shivers, this is a good time to chime in.
Judge, I've tried to contact him at the last known information that I have. I've had no contact.
Okay,
You stay with move for a bench warrant at the end of the calendar, we have them here.
okay. David Price Tatum? David Price Tatum? Irvin Turner?
Stay with move for a bench.
What's your name, sir? Who's your attorney? And have you applied with the Public Defender's Office? Okay. I'll give you a chance to speak to the prosecutor. Please have a seat. Alonte Waters? Mr. Waters? I see you. One. Yeah. What would you like to do now? Well, your final disposition will be up to the jury. Who's your attorney? Who? Have a seat until you figure out who your public defender is. A public defender is an office. The office is made up of human beings. Who is the human being who's representing you? Yeah. All right, have a seat. And the Miss Helen with the Public Defender's Office will speak with you. No, sir, have a seat. You are not allowed to leave. I see a bench warrant for this case. Not yet. Miss Helen, I would recommend we identify this gentleman's PD.
Judge, I'll speak to him.
Okay. He was recently released on the bench warrants, so I certainly want him to speak to a PD before we move forward with this case.
Understood, Judge.
All right, Miranda Wheeler?
That's my case.
No, I'm not addressing your case yet. Miranda Wheeler?
That's my case, Judge. She's
Oh.
present on the Zoom call.
Okay,
Judge, we're gonna maintain the not guilty plea for this case and ask that it be returned to division.
all right, file the waiver of arraignment and you're good to go.
Understood, Judge.
All right, Miss Wheeler, your next court date will be for a jury trial. You will need to be in court in person, no more Zoom appearances.
Thank you.
You're free to go. Deshaun Williams?
Your Honor, Mr. Williams is my case. We had accepted diversion, but we're still waiting to get the email from the diversion part of the solicitor's office, Judge.
Mr. Birch, any reason why there's a delay? Okay. All right, let's find out what the delay is for. Delmikia Woodruff.
Good morning, Your Honor. That's my case. She is on the Zoom. I have that we submitted the paperwork for a diversion. She was offered a diversion. She has a diversion offer. It requires 8 hours of anger management. I don't know if you need the terms, but I don't have the acceptance email from Diversion. I have that we submitted it back in May.
Mr. Birch, can we check on the status of that diversion as well? All right, as soon as Mr. Birch confirms that they are in diversion, I can reset the date to September 6th for compliance. Well, they have to appear in person to show proof of compliance or continuing compliance.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, so please hold. One more time. I've already looked at your 4 cases, and you need to speak to the public defender's office. Okay, positions, I'll take paperwork for anyone who's ready for trial, for plea. Who has ever paperwork I have. Okay, folks, I'm gonna take the plea arrangements, but right now I'm gonna give everyone a 5-minute rest.
Judge, before you do that, we needed to spin back around to Mr. Blassingame.
I have folks whose eyeballs are floating over here, so I need to give them a break, okay? Please hold.
Hello? Oh, you got that? You got that? Oh, pull up for me.
Hey, Mr. Burge, it's Renee. Can you hear me?
Folks, we're still in a recess. I'll give everyone a chance to go into a breakout room, but y'all need to hold, please. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we can keep the conversations to a dull roar, I'm just going to take up a few preliminary matters. And if yeah. Thank you. Okay, Miss with regards to Derek Blessingame, who was counsel? Sorry.
Miss Reddick, she's.
Miss Reddick? Okay. Saw her somewhere here, but
It's good to be gotten.
Miss Reddick, I'm waiting for your attorney to show up. Is that
I'm
your
not represented
attorney?
by Ms. Reddick. I'm self-represented.
Oh, she was the prosecutor.
She's the prosecutor,
Okay.
yes. Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, I still have to wait for her to show up.
You're gonna have to talk to him. I can't talk to you. I can't.
If he doesn't want our services, we've been going outside court so that he can't talk on mistake.
Huh? Mr. Birch, have you had, I know you're multitasking, have you had a chance to look at the diversion program?
Yes, the Williams and the Woodruff cases on the very end of the status calendar, Your Honor.
Mhm.
I have been emailing diversion about those, both of those. The diversion is aware of those programs. And they will be, both Miss Woodruff and Mr. Williams will be getting paperwork sent to them next week.
Okay. Ms. Zakia Watson Cafe, do you hear that?
Yes.
All right, so your case is reset to September 6th at 9 a.m. for continuing compliance.
And that's in person, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. May we be excused?
Yes, thank you.
Thank
So Delmikia Woodruff, you're free to go. And Deshaun Williams.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
I was present, I heard.
Yeah, Sean Williams, your case is reset to September 6th at 9 a.m. in person, no more Zoom. Okay, and this is for continuing compliance. So make sure that you start that program and show some that you've completed something. All right, thank you. You're free to go. For those of you who are waiting on the plea, I'm going to begin with Quintavious Gates, position 16.
Can I make a brief announcement, please?
Who?
Your Honor, Henry Toller. May I make an announcement with Jalik Turner?
Oh, Mr. Toller, yes, sir.
Yeah, after speaking with or texting back and forth with the assistant solicitor, we decided to have this go to the back to the division, Your Honor. It will not
All
be
right.
a plea today.
And what is your client's last name? I'm sorry, it's been
Turner. Turner.
Repeat?
Jalik Turner. Yes, Your Honor.
Julie Turner.
Jalik.
Jalik Turner.
Yes.
Yeah, position 46 on the final plea calendar. And Mr. Toller, I don't know if you filed a waiver of arraignment, but if you haven't, please do so. And this case will be further notice for trial. His next court appearance will have to be in person to be prepared for pretrial matters, okay?
Yeah, the waiver's been filed, but yes, we understand. Thank you so much, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
That'd be September 6th? Or we don't know?
No, you will get a court date from the division judge. I am not privy to their calendars.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a nice week.
You
or
too.
weekend.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Judge Renee Rockwell, on behalf of Brian Martinez and Scott Fortis, may I make a brief announcement?
Give me a moment. Yeah, Mr. Toller and Mr. Jalik Turner, you're free to go. Okay, and do you remember if it was on the status calendar or the final plea?
Probably on a status calendar, because I heard it, towards the end of the calendar call.
Okay, Brian Martinez,
Judge, y'all were standing down on that to try to get some paperwork from either Scott Fortis or Mr. Martinez. Scott is in Superior Court, DeKalb County, Judge Dear Jackson. He sent me a snapshot. I have emailed it to Mr. Birch, yourself, Evan Glanville, and Ms. Githea. It appears that it is an unsigned order for null pros from Lamar Rhodes.
From who?
Lamar.
That's Deputy Rhodes. He's in charge of our diversion program in our office. I do have paperwork showing that Mr. Martinez completed he's completed all the requirements, Your Honor, of the diversion program.
Okay. All right, Mr. Martinez, you're free to go.
Thank you,
Your case
ma'am.
is done. Thank you.
But I didn't get that no cross from Deputy Rhodes. That would be for
Email
your signature.
I know. As soon as I get it, I'll sign it. If you can email Mr. Rhodes and just tell him to forward it to me or to Miss Sierra Harden, that's fine.
Okay.
And Judge,
Thank
I
you.
sent a bad copy. It looks like a snapshot of it.
That's fine.
I wish-
Mr. Rhodes we know how to find Mr. Rhodes, so he
Okay,
can send it
y'all
to
have a
me.
good weekend. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so
Okay.
much, Judge.
Sorry, Mr. Gates and Miss Madden. Okay. This is position 16 on our calendar, final plea calendar 21 CR 0000500Y, State versus Quintavious Gates. Mr. Gates was originally accused of battery and hindering a person from making an emergency phone call, allegedly from May 20th, 2018 in Fulton County. Ms. Gates, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is going to be Ms. Leah Madden. May I place you under oath for purposes of the plea? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, what's the prosecutor's offer for Mr. Gates? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize we.
I am so sorry, Ms. Gates. I thought it was Mr. Birch's case. Oh. Mr. Alfred, if you could please hold, Ms. Guthier has to address this.
I'm sorry. Who were you
This
reading
is
out?
Quintavious Gates, position 16 on the status calendar. Excuse me, on the 17 on the status calendar. No, I've got the wrong. It's position 16 on the final plea calendar. Did I read the wrong charges? Yeah, simple battery, family violence, 2 counts, excuse me. I've got too many calendars open. I'm sorry, Mr. Gates. The 2 charges against you were simple battery, family violence. From May 6, 2020.
You have the plea paperwork, correct, Your Honor?
And I have the paperwork, yes.
So I'm trying to pull up the paperwork, just 1 second.
Mhm.
Can I see yours for just 1 moment, Your Honor?
He's going to be doing the community service.
Okay, yes, Your Honor. For the simple battery family violence, it is 12 months to serve 85 days, credit for time served 85 days. The balance is probated to complete a family violence intervention program, to do 40 hours of community service, to have no further violent contact with Dinesha Bates. And for the simple battery family violence, it is 12 months probation, which will be served concurrent. Does the defense stipulate to the facts of venue and ID?
Yes, Your Honor.
Nothing further.
Ms. Madden, your client accepts these terms?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Gates, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
Speaking to the mic.
Oh, no, Your Honor.
I could hear you. All right. It's just a question I have to ask legally. So if you look puzzled, it's just, the law requires me to ask that, okay? And the other thing I have to ask you is, are you satisfied with your legal services?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you understood what's going on in your case so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you to take this plea today?
No, ma'am.
And are you doing so freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes, ma'am.
Has it been explained to you that if you decide to plead guilty to these charges, you would have to give up your constitutional right to a trial in front of a judge or jury?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence that we brought before you, have your attorney assist you in presenting defenses, arguments, and mitigating factors if you choose to do so, and have the state carry the burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't sound so sure.
I said, yes, ma'am.
And you understand that this will be the final decision of the court. There will be no opportunity to appeal from this decision.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to 2 counts of simple battery, family violence?
She said, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You need to repeat your response, sir.
Guilty.
For count 1, your sentence is 12 months to serve 85 days, credit for time served 85 days. The remainder of the time will be on probation. You will report to Fulton County Probation on Tuesday, August 6th, before 3 p.m. The probation office is located at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. While you are reporting to probation, you will enroll and complete a domestic violence intervention program. You're required to enroll in the program within 45 days from today. You're also to complete 40 hours of voluntary community service with any nonprofit agency that's not a church and not a school. You must begin with completing a minimum of 5 hours per month and do minimum of 5 hours every month until your community service hours are completed. With regards to contact with Dinesia Bates, am I pronouncing it?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Dinesia Bates, you can have contact with her, but there cannot be any violent altercations, physical or verbal. Do you understand?
Yeah.
With regards to count 2, that will be 12 months probation concurrent to count 1. Do you have any questions? Yes, Ms. Madden?
Yes, Your Honor, we were just going to make one request. He did recently lose his job about 2 weeks ago, which is why he's opted to do the community service as opposed to the fine. Is it possible we can waive his probation fee for 1 month or give him some, I guess, just additional time until he has to start to pay?
I will waive his probation fees for August and September. That's 2 months waiver. And then beginning October 1st, he must start paying his probation fees.
Yes, Judge. Thank you so
All
much.
right. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
The sooner you're done with these conditions, the more money you save on probation. Any objection to non-reporting if he completes?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Gates, if you complete the domestic violence program, the community service, and I think that's all he was required to complete. The sooner you're done, then your probation can go non-reporting, which means that you'll save yourself on probation fees.
Okay.
Your attorney will explain that to you.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Judge.
Please fill out the probation form and then he'll need to report next Tuesday.
You said,
They will not be done? What's the other date? Miss Madden, I'm gonna change that to. No, it'll have to be the 8th. It'll be next Thursday. Yeah. Can you get them in by, so they report on the 8th? Okay. We're gonna change the report date to August 8th. Thank you. Kyle Norman, position 35.
I did have a quick announcement, Your Honor. For position 25 on the status conference calendar,
Oh dear, okay.
State versus Irvin Turner. I did have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Turner, made him an offer. He has rejected that offer and has requested that this be sent back to the division.
Okay. Mr. Turner, you'll need to have a seat. I need to arraign your case before we further notice it for trial. If, I don't know if you qualify, but
It's, well, we're not entering a plea. You asked, you said you didn't want to plead. Right, so that's a moot point. Yeah.
I don't know what he's asking, but I'll wait till I have to arraign the case. Okay. Position 35, Ms. Davis, right? Would you like to come forward to the podium, please?
Status calendar. Mr. Jackson.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were representing Kyle Norman.
Oh, no, I just had a quick update, Judge.
Okay, position what?
14 on the status calendar.
Your Honor, we made a diversion offer in that case. We're filling out the paperwork now.
Okay. And would the conditions be done by September 6th?
No, Judge.
No, it's a family violence.
Oh,
It will not be
okay.
done.
I can reset it to September 6th for continuing compliance.
That's fine, Judge.
All he needs to do is just come and announce how he's doing on the program, that he's definitely enrolled and ongoing.
Thank you.
I don't want anything about, oh, I just enrolled 24 hours ago.
Absolutely, Judge.
All right,
Understood.
thank you.
And that concludes our business. Oh,
Second, I have to have you sign the paper.
not a problem.
All right, thank you. Kyle Norman, are you on Zoom or?
He's present, Your Honor.
All right,
in the
yes, Mr.
court.
Johnson.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, come forward to the podium, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Mr. Norman, it feels like 100 cases ago that I called your name, but let's see if we can get started.
Yes, ma'am.
21 CR 006923G. Mr. Kyle Norman is present in the courtroom. His attorney, Mr. Al Johnson, is present via Zoom. Mr. Norman, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is Mr. Johnson. This is going to be a negotiated plea hearing in which you were originally cited for 6 misdemeanor charges, including DUI under the influence of alcohol, less safe, and driving while license suspended or revoked. Mr. James Birch is the prosecutor. May I place you on the oath for purposes of the plea? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Birch, what are the charges that we're moving forward with?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the state of Georgia versus Kyle Norman, accusation number 21 CR 006923G. We have reached a negotiated resolution in this case. Mr. Norman has agreed to plead guilty to count 1 DUI less safe. The conditions of that will be to serve 1 day, credit for time served 1 day, 12 months probation, alcohol drug evaluation and treatment, risk reduction course, victim impact panel, 40 hours community service, and a $300 fine. Counts 2 and 3, as well as count 6, will all merge into count 1 DUI less safe. Mr. Norman has also agreed to plead guilty to speeding, which the state has agreed to reduce to a 14 miles per over speeding ticket, which also comes with an additional $250 fine. And Mr. Norman has agreed to plead guilty to count 5, possession of open container, which comes with an additional $200 fine. Does the defense stipulate factual basis, venue, and identification?
Yes.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Norman, as long as you and I and Mr. Johnson also on the same page, you are pleading guilty to driving under the influence of alcohol less safe, speeding, which is, what is the I mean, I know it's 14 over, but what is it? 69 and a 55, or what are we talking about? 79 and a 65?
I'll tell you right now.
And then in addition to speeding, you're pleading guilty to possession of an open alcohol container. The remaining charges of driving while license suspended, reckless driving, and the seatbelt violation will all merge into the count one.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you understand that your license will be suspended in accordance with the rules of the Department of Driver Services. Mr. Johnson, is your client aware of that?
He is, Your Honor. I have one caveat to this. He was to have his driver's license reinstated by today, and he has not had that. So he is there, but he has no driver's license. So the plea that the state has recommended should be modified to reflect the fact that he has not had his driver's license reinstated.
Has he applied for reinstatement during the course of his suspension?
There's, I think, two reasons why his license are not available to him. There's a child support situation, and I think there's one other reason, but he's not able to get his license at this time.
Well, he's not going to get it after he pleads guilty to this charge. So either way, it's not going to be reinstated unless the Department of Driver Services, well, typically is this the first time in a lifetime DUI?
Yes, Your Honor.
So he's eligible for reinstatement after 120 days. And he
Correct.
can apply for reinstatement with the Department of Driver Services. They have their checklist of requirements. I think the fee is in excess of $200. Mr. Johnson, he just has to go through the motions.
Correct.
Is there anything else then, sir?
No, Your Honor, that's the only caveat.
Okay. Now, if his license has also been suspended for other matters besides this DUI, even if I gave him an affidavit of first conviction, he may not be eligible for reinstatement because of these other matters.
I understand that, Your Honor, and he does too.
Okay. So given all this information, shall we proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Birch?
Yes, you had asked me what the speed limit was at that time of the citation. It was a 55-mile-per-hour posted speed limit. And so the new speeding ticket should read 69 and a 55.
Okay, thank you. All right. And Mr. Johnson, you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Norman, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am, I
And
haven't.
have you understood what's been going on in your case?
Yes, ma'am, I
Are
have.
you satisfied with your legal services?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you entering this plea willingly, knowingly, and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
Has it been explained to you that if you decide to plead to these charges, today you would be giving up your constitutional right to a trial in front of a judge or a jury?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not get the opportunity to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence brought against you, present any defenses and arguments if you choose to do so, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. This will also be the final disposition of the case. There is no avenue to appeal a decision from a negotiated plea. Are you still willing to move forward?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to one count of driving under the influence of alcohol less safe?
Guilty.
How do you plead to speeding in 69 in a 55-mile-per-hour zone?
Guilty as well.
And how do you plead to operating a vehicle with an open container of alcohol?
Guilty, Your Honor.
On the driving under the influence of alcohol, your sentence is 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served 1 day, balance to be probated. You will report to probation on Thursday. August 8th, before 3 p.m. The probation office is located at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
While you're on probation, you will complete the following programs: an alcohol and drug evaluation, and you'll be required to submit yourself to any treatment as required by the evaluator. This must be done within 30 days from today. You're also required to complete a risk reduction program, and this must be completed within 120 days from today. To qualify for reinstatement of a license with the department, risk reduction is also a requirement. So that would serve double duty, okay? You need to attend and complete one victim impact panel, complete 40 hours of voluntary community service at any nonprofit agency that's not a church and not a school, and pay a $300 fine. For the speeding charge, it will be 12 months concurrent with count 1, and that's an additional $250 fine. And with regards to the open container, it'll be 12 months concurrent to count 1, and that would be a $200 fine. So that's a total of $3,550 plus your probation fees, plus these requirements. The remaining charges, counts 2, 3, and 6 shall merge into count 1.
Yes.
Any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Johnson, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. That concludes this plea. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Norman, before you leave, you need to fill out that probation form.
Yes, ma'am.
You might want to take a picture of it because it's got the address and the phone number of the probation office at the top.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Sedgwick, are you on Zoom? Ms. Mr. Birch or Ms. Githia, could you email Ms. Sedgwick and just let her know that I need to address the Blasingame case?
Oh, Ms. Reddick.
Ms. Reddick.
Yes, Your Honor. I have been in communication with Ms. Reddick. I'll make the announcement on behalf of the state in that
Okay.
case.
All right. What's the announcement for the Blasingame case?
Yes,
Mr. Blasingame,
He
you need to
has-
start your video. Start your video, Mr. Blasingame. Okay, go ahead.
yes, Your Honor, Supervisor Reddick told me that he has rejected the offer that was made today, and this case needs to be sent back to the division. He does have all discovery in this case.
Objection.
What's the objection?
I do not have all discovery in the case, and the state is misrepresenting the facts in this matter.
What's missing?
The videos, there's 2 videos that Judge Roth ordered the state to give me on June 26th, and also again he had an order that was that he ordered last year, 2 orders last year pretty much, and again this year. There's 2 videos that they admitted on the stand that they are in possession of, and one of the witnesses testified in June of 2023 that she's aware of that video, and Judge.
Can you
Judge
identify the video? Because I just saying it's a video, it doesn't help.
Yeah, there's
me.
a video.
Which-
There's 2
what-
video. There's 2
What
videos. that the
video
state-
is it? What video? Who took it?
Video?
Or who? What?
It's evidence. It's video. It's exculpatory evidence that of me in the office.
Video of whom?
It's a video of me. It's been requested in discovery in several motions.
Who took the
there's been
video? Who took the
Excuse me?
video? Who took the video?
It is video that the
Okay.
Fulton County Board of Elections owns. It's their video of the Fulton County Board of Elections that they claim that I was doing certain things in their office in their complaint, and that video has not been released to me.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Yes, there are several issues that I would like to address to court today, because this is not that's not the only reason that we're here, because this case stems from November 2022, and I filed a motion for a speedy trial on December the 12th, 2022. I filed another one this morning on August the 2nd, 2024. This case has been on the court's docket for 619 days, Your Honor. I initially filed discovery on November 28th, 2022. Supplemental discovery was filed on December 15th, 2022. An amended motion for discovery on 12/15/2022. A motion to compel discovery on 1/11/2023. Second motion for discovery was filed on August 11th of 2023.
Where is your first speedy trial demand?
My first speedy trial demand was filed on December the 12th of 2022. It's in the case. It's filed in the case. And there was also a motion to dismiss that was filed on June 15th of 2023.
The case is reset to before Judge Roth. You can file your motions with regards to this matter.
But
It
the
will
purpose
be
of today's
addressed-
hearing
It will
was to be heard
Mr.
on these
Blasingame,
issues.
you are not, this is not your first rodeo in a courtroom. So when I'm speaking, you don't interrupt. I'm looking at the slew of motions that you have filed. And I do see your motion for speedy trial back in December of 2022. I am not sure why it was not addressed by Judge Roth at your last hearing with him. I don't know what was addressed since there has been no order filed. But in the meantime, you are free to address all these matters before Judge Roth's docket, and it will be addressed. Well, you've also filed a motion to recuse Judge Roth, so that's going to be an interesting
Those motions have already
session.
been heard. Those motions, this pretty much, Judge Law,
Oh,
the
here it
state-
is. Okay, hang on.
The judge already ruled on those motions. He
All
ordered
right, let
them
me see.
to give discovery, and I have the two orders here. The first order is dated June 26, 2023,
Oh, here you go.
and June
Yeah,
of
everything that was filed from after March 27th, 2024. Yeah, those are denied. Okay. Other than
what
your
was
motion
denied?
for speedy trial, everything that you filed since March of 2024, that's all denied.
The motion
You
for
can,
this, the motion to compel discovery, he granted in paragraph number 4. He granted the motion.
Mr.
to compel
Blasingame,
discovery.
everything else that you've demanded since March 27, 2024 is denied. But if you believe there's outstanding discovery that's not been complied with, you definitely can address that with Judge Roth.
Okay,
As
Judge
well
Ross, litigation
as-
manager, told me he's not hearing my case. I have an email from her saying he's no longer assigned to my case. And that's where this case has been floating in the court system since he put an order on the case to send it to ORCA. And the state has refused to give me
No,
the evidence.
Mr. Blasingame,
discovery.
I'm returning it to Judge Roth since you've demanded a jury trial. So it's going to go for a jury trial. Anything
But I
else?
do not have all the discovery that Judge Roth
You
requested.
can assert that to the judge at the time of when you argue your motions in limine.
Can you rule on the motion, the request that I filed for the transcript? I'm indigent, homeless, and unemployed, and by a matter of law, I'm entitled to a transcript.
Pursuant to
There's a motion in
Judge
the case.
Roth's, pursuant to Judge Roth's March 27, 2024 order is denied.
No, he denied it. He denied it on the grounds that I did not give him reason in the order. Did you read the order? He did not. He denied it.
I read all the
Yeah.
orders just now. They're denied. Anything else?
Okay. All of my orders is not denied. So what was the purpose of this morning's hearing? The prosecutor even abandoned this meeting, and I've been on hold for 4 hours. What was the purpose of this meeting, Your Honor? What was the
So I
purpose
could
of
have
being
this
on Zoom
lovely
for 4 hours?
conversation with you and let you know that your case is further notice for a jury trial. And you are free to argue.
I'm entitled to
your-
a speedy trial, and the state has
And
not
you
given
are-
me any discovery that Judge Roth ordered them to give me. Not one drop. There
And
has
Miss-
been 4 prosecutors that has been
Mr.
resigned
Blasingame,
from the
Mr.
office.
Blasingame, hold
And-
your comments. Hold your comments.
Who is that?
Hold your comments. This is Deputy Holmes. Hold your comments.
I'm speaking to the judge. I'm not speaking to the.
Hold your comments.
I'm speaking to the judge.
Unless you want to be held in contempt, hold your comments.
Your Honor, Judge Law, may I have permission to address the court?
No. Yes. Mr. Blasingame, we'll see you for trial. Bye-bye.
I don't. You'll see me for
Bye-bye.
trial.
I cannot
I'm not-
be any,
I'm not prepared for trial without the discovery.
goodbye.
Is this hearing recorded?
Remove Mr. Blasingame
Is
from
this
Zoom.
hearing recorded?
Thank you. All right. Let me see. Brian's do I have any more of the plea paperwork? Is your plea paperwork ready, sir? Yeah. I know, I'm trying to get to everyone. All right. Who was your client, sir? Yes, right here in my hand. And yours was Mr. Brown?
Yes, ma'am.
Next on deck. This is State versus Joseph A. Duarte, case number 21 CR 58228. Mr. Duarte was originally cited with driving under the influence of alcohol less safe, reckless driving, and illegal stop, stand, or parking where prohibited. Mr. Duarte, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is Mr. Darrell, was it? No, sorry, counsel. I am it's Mr. Sullivan, yes, okay. I was going to call you Mr. Shatton, but I think he's standing right behind you. Okay, Mr. Sullivan. And Mr. Duarte, for purposes of this plea, may I place you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I'm so sorry, I'm trying to read this handwriting. Was that ADET and early termination?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to ask whose handwriting it is. Okay. Yes, Mr. Birch, what is the recommendation for Mr. Duarte?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have reached a negotiated plea in this case. The state has agreed to null pros count 1 DUI less safe in exchange for a guilty plea to count 2 reckless driving. The sentencing recommendation for the reckless driving will be 12 months probation, serve 1 day, credit for time served 1 day, 12 months probation, alcohol, drug evaluation and treatment, risk reduction course, victim impact panel, 40 hours community service, and a $300 fine, and no objection from the state for early termination upon completion of conditions. And the state will also null pros count 3 illegal stop. Does the defense stipulate the factual basis, venue, and identification for purposes of this plea?
We do.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Duarte, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood what's going on in your case?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with your legal services?
I am.
And has anybody forced you to take this plea today?
No, ma'am.
And it's been explained to you that if you take this plea today, you give up your constitutional right to challenge this in a court of law. There won't be an opportunity to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence brought against you, present your own defenses and arguments, and have the state carry its burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to 1 count of reckless driving?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served 1 day, balance probated. You report to probation on August 8th, next Thursday, before 3 p.m. The probation office is at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. While you are on probation, you will complete the following programs: the Victim Impact Panel, risk reduction, alcohol and drug evaluation, submit yourself to any treatment that's required, 40 hours of community service with any nonprofit agency that's not a church and not a school, pay a $300 fine, and if you complete all these requirements and your probation officer is satisfied with the completion, your probation will terminate. Anything else, Mr. Sullivan?
Your Honor, he's been proactive. He's already completed the DUI school, the victim impact panel, and the substance evaluation. I'll give him copies to bring to probation when he meets with him next Thursday.
Okay, great. Then what else would be left? The fine and the community service?
That's it.
Okay, so as soon as you're done with that, then you'll be done early with probation.
Thank you, Judge. He's already filled it out.
Victim impact panel and risk reduction and alcohol and drug evaluation. All right, you just need to fill out that probation form and then you're free to go. Mr. Shatton, for your client?
We all set. My school victim impact. Should remain for the sentence or without posting?
I just need him to complete the probation form.
I did
And
know.
then he has a report date on, August 8th, sorry.
Yes, Your Honor. He's already filled out the probation.
All right, then you are free to go.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank
Good to
you.
see
You too. Akeen, oh, sorry, Ms.
Your Honor, I'm
Pitt.
so sorry.
Yes,
May
go
I
ahead.
make a brief announcement, Judge?
Go ahead. Mr.
Position
Shatton's
9.
looking very impatient, but.
Mutahir Chowdhury, I ask permission, Your Honor. Mutahir Chowdhury, position 9, Your Honor. We'd ask that it be sent back to the division judge for a trial.
Has it been arraigned?
I believe it has, Your Honor. If not, I will certainly file a waiver.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your
Case is
Honor.
further notice for trial. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. That concludes my business and my clients. May we be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Mr. Brown, step up.
Mr. Shatton and Mr. Brown, you better get to the podium before someone intervenes.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, I got you. It does. I'm Taylor, I'm gonna do you have a birthday.
This is State versus Akeen Kaveen Brown, 20 CR 566Y. Mr. Brown is present in the courtroom and has been advised of his right to remain silent, and he's here with his attorney, Mr. Ken Shatton. Mr. Brown was originally accused of 1 count of simple battery, family violence, 1 count of battery, family violence, and 4 counts of cruelty in the 3rd degree. Mr. Brown, may I place you under oath for purposes of this plea? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gauthier?
Yes, Your Honor. As to the battery family violence, the state's recommendation is 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served 1 day, balance is probated, to complete a family violence intervention program, and to have no further violent contact with Margaret Buckley. For the simple battery family violence, it is 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served 1 day, balance probated, to complete the family violence intervention program, and to have no further violent contact with Margaret Buckley, which will be concurrent to count 1, to the battery family violence. And the cruelty to children on all 4 counts, it is 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served 1 day, balance probated, 1 parenting class, and it is concurrent.
Okay.
Does the defense stipulate to the facts, venue, and ID? Does the defense stipulate to the facts, venue, and ID?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Shatton, your client agrees to these terms?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Brown, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No.
And have you understood what's going on with your case so far?
Yes, ma'am. Just put your name.
And are you satisfied with your legal services?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anybody forcing you to take this plea offer today?
No, ma'am.
So you're entering this freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes, ma'am.
If you decide to plead guilty to these charges, especially the battery family violence, if you are ever, heaven forbid, arrested again for a same or similar offense in the future, that would constitute a felony charge.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yeah.
And you're still willing to move forward?
Yes, ma'am.
You would also have to give up your constitutional right to a trial in front of a judge or jury. You will not get the opportunity to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence the state presents before you, to be able to present any defenses or arguments if you choose to do so, and have the state carry its burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes.
That's on this case, not the future one. Okay. I'll make sure you understood.
Yes, ma'am.
You had gone straight from the future to this. I want to make sure you understood what we're talking about now.
No, these rights for this case only.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't give up your rights. You and I understand, sir. Thank you. All right. And Mr. Brown, this will be the final disposition of this case, and there is no right to file an appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to 1 count of battery family violence?
Guilty.
How do you plead to 1 count of simple battery family violence?
Guilty.
And how do you plead to 4 counts of cruelty in the 3rd degree?
Guilty.
With regards to the battery family violence, is 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served 1 day. The remainder will be on probation. You will report to probation next Thursday, August 8th, before 3 p.m. at the Fulton County Probation Office. You will fill out a form, and at the top of the form, it will show you where this office is located. While you are on probation, you will enroll in a family violence intervention program. This is a 24-week program, and you'll be required to attend all 24 weeks at your expense. You must enroll in that program within 45 days from today. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And at all times, you are to have no violent contact with Margaret Buckley. Count 2 on simple battery will be concurrent to count 1, and the remaining 4 counts of cruelty will all be concurrent to count 1. Anything else, Mr. Brown?
No, ma'am.
All right, please fill out, yes, Mr. Shannon?
Yeah, can you do non-reporting after he completes his, 2 seminars, whatever, the parenting class and
All right, Miss, let me see,
It up
Miss.
now?
English are going down.
If you all like to go ahead and just have a seat, I'll let you know whether there's any objection to the non-reporting status.
Okay, right.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, there you go.
Good, okay. Am I free
As
to-
soon as he's done with the form, you all are free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shatton. I appreciate your patience.
It's been a pleasure. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you.
Forward again.
Okay, Mr. Haddad, let's begin with Megan Constanza Eberhardt.
All right, Ms. Eberhardt. All right, great.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Eberhardt, could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Eberhardt, this is position 10 on the final plea calendar. This is State versus Megan Constanza. You got it?
I have.
Okay. State versus Megan Constanza Eberhard, accused of driving under the influence of drugs and driving with improper erratic lane change from October 17th, 2021. Ms. Eberhard's been advised of her right to remain silent, and her attorney is Mr. Haddad. And Ms. Eberhard's already been sworn. Ms. Githea, what is the recommendation?
Your Honor, for DUI drugs, it is 12 months to serve 24 hours, credit for time served 24 hours, balance probated, to pay a $300 fine, complete 40 hours of community service, to do the alcohol drug evaluation and any required treatment, the risk reduction program, and attend 1 victim impact panel. The improper erratic lane change will merge. Does the defense stipulate to the facts, venue, and ID?
We do.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Eberhard, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
I have not.
And have you understood what's going on in your case?
Yes,
And are you entering this plea willingly, freely, and knowingly?
I am.
Are you satisfied with the legal services you've received?
Yes,
And if you decide to plead guilty to this 1 count of driving under the influence of drugs, you would have to give up your constitutional right to a trial in front of a judge or a jury. You will not get the opportunity to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence presented before you, present any defenses and arguments if you choose to do so, and have the state carry its burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
yes,
How do you plead to 1 count of driving under the influence of drugs?
guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served 1 day, balance probated. Mr. Haddad, is there a problem with reporting to probation in person?
No, Judge. I was gonna request an affidavit first offense. I did instruct her that she'll have to physically come to the clerk's office next week to turn in her actual physical license before any affidavit can be issued to her, Judge.
All right. So Ms. Eberhard, you would have to report in person to the Fulton County Probation Office next Thursday, August 8th, before 3 p.m. While you're on probation, you will pay a $300 fine, complete 40 hours of community service at any nonprofit agency that's not a church and not a school, complete an alcohol and drug evaluation, and submit yourself to any treatment that's required. This evaluation must be completed within 30 days from today. And then you also need to complete a risk reduction program and attend a one victim impact panel. As your attorney has indicated, you'll be granted an affidavit of first conviction, but that can only be furnished to you once you come down and surrender your license.
I understand.
Your Honor, I would ask if it can go non-reporting, assuming she completes all the requirements.
No objection. That's granted.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, Ms. Eberhard. Mr. Haddad, you'll need to fill out the probation form.
I'll take care of it, Judge. I'll fill it up and fill it out and send it to Ms. Harden.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Eberhard, please mute your screen and you can leave the Zoom. Thank you.
I have an announcement for the court, Your Honor.
Just 1 second.
Yeah, sure. All I had. Thank you. I'll go back to the regular.
Mr. Glanville, let's go ahead and mute these panels, please.
What I do?
Thank you.
What I do to go back to?
Okay. Yes, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Your Honor. For position 24 on the status calendar today, the state of Georgia versus David Tatum. It has just been brought to our attention that Mr. Tatum is deceased. We have confirmed that.
Just 1 second. Mr. Glanville, could you play Samsung in the waiting room, please? Play Samsung in the waiting room. Thank you. All right. Mr. Tatum?
Yes, Your Honor. Position 24 on the status calendar.
Status calendar, sorry.
Yes, it is David Tatum is the defendant's name. It has been brought, is just this morning been brought to our attention that the defendant is deceased and the state has submitted a null pros order for the court's consideration.
All right. Thank you.
Your Honor, I have an announcement.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Fuqua, position 9 on the status calendar, he's on Zoom. I have relayed the offer to him and he would like a trial.
On the status calendar?
Yes, position 9.
9? Okay. The Fuqua, please unmute and tell me what is your current address? Albert Fuqua?
My current address is 133 Madison, 133 Ellington Place, Madison, Tennessee, 37111.
37115?
Yes, ma'am. They had my address wrong and they kept
Well,
sending
I'll
stuff.
tell you why, because your handwriting is atrocious. That's why. I can hardly make out. That's why I'm asking you to read it back to me.
I know in the beginning they took it off they got it wrong off my driver's license.
There we go. I'm just letting you know. I need to read your handwriting and I can't make it out.
I apologize.
You either improve it or have somebody else write it out for you. Now, the other thing I need to tell you is that your case has not been arraigned. So I'm going to arraign your case.
Yes,
This is State of Georgia versus Albert Fuqua, 22 CR 7165. You are charged with 1 count of driving in circular or zigzag course, or what they call laying drag, allegedly on October 17, 2020 in Fulton County. Upon your entry of a not guilty plea, your case will be scheduled for a jury trial. At the time of the trial, the prosecutor would have the complete burden to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt and to secure a conviction by establishing that burden of proof. Of course, the defense doesn't have any burden of proof, and you are legally presumed innocent of the charge unless the state overcomes that presumption. But if the state does carry its burden of proof, you could be convicted of this offense and face a penalty of up to 12 months in jail and or up to $1,000 fine. Given this information, how do you plead?
Could I say something right quick, Judge?
Sure.
Yeah, what I was saying earlier, like this wouldn't even been in this courtroom had not it been for Fulton County getting the address wrong, and it was wrong for like
Mr.
almost.
Fuqua, I'm not going to dismiss your case because the address got wrong. All right, that's been fixed. You have not been arrested on any bench warrants. Now, I'm going to ask you again. Would you like to speak to the prosecutor to see if you can resolve this case? Or would you like to go to trial? I've already explained to you that if the case goes to trial and the state proves a charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt, the maximum penalty is 1 year in jail and or $1,000 fine. What would you like to do?
I would like to take it to trial.
Okay, so that would be a not guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so your case has been formally arraigned. You have 10 days to file all the necessary motions, any motions limine, any discovery requests, and so forth. If you don't understand how to do all that, please hire an attorney. You have only 10 days from the date of your arraignment date to do all that. And then after that, you would lose your opportunity and your rights to seek discovery. And then your case will be scheduled for trial. And you'll need to be in the courthouse in person, either representing yourself as you are doing now, or you can hire an attorney. Keep in mind that if you hire an attorney 1 week before your trial date, your attorney had better be prepared to go to trial.
Yeah, she's not.
Any questions?
So you say it's 10 days from the arraignment date, and what I get that
10
date
days from today for your attorney to file all necessary motions to preserve your rights.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you're free to go. All right, this case is arraigned and further notice for trial. Okay, Brian Scott. Is he, yeah, please come forward to the podium. Wait, oh, that's right.
Judge, sorry to interrupt. When would you like me to let back Samsung into the meeting?
As long, well, you can let her back in now, and if she unmutes again, you put her back into his waiting room.
Yes, ma'am.
Announcement, Judge.
Yeah, Ms. Davis?
Heard in the pretrial verdict paperwork, and Mr. Jackson and I be excused.
Yes, thank you. Mhm. This is State versus Brian Scott, case number 18 CR 010013F. Mr. Scott has got 7 misdemeanor offenses stemming from a traffic incident of April 6, 2018. Mr. Scott, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is Mr. Jawan Haddad. May I place you under oath, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And Mr. Birch, are we ready to proceed?
One moment, Your Honor, I apologize.
Mr. Haddad, this is just one count of DUI and the other charges are null pros. Would that be correct?
That is correct, and just
Right.
the mandatory first time DUI requirements, Judge.
Okay, well, I can articulate those for the record, Your Honor.
Okay.
It will be serve 1 day, credit for time served 1 day, 12 months probation, alcohol, drug evaluation and treatment, risk reduction panel, victim impact panel, 40 hours community service, and a $300 fine. Would the defense stipulate to a factual basis, venue, and identification?
We stipulate.
And in exchange for that guilty plea, the state will null across all other counts in this case.
All right, thank you. Mr. Haddad, your client accepts these terms?
He does, Judge. We discussed
right.
it yesterday.
Mr. Scott, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am, but January 12th, my thumb was amputated at work. So I'm still back and forth going to the doctor. So they do give me like Motrin and Pregamble. It's nothing really major. It's just for pain in my nerve in my hand.
Okay. And even after consuming any kind of medication, are you still able to understand what's going on today?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been able to understand your conversations with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you satisfied with the legal services?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you entering this plea freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you been explained that if you decide to plead to this charge, you would have to give up your constitutional right to a trial?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not get the opportunity to go back to court, to confront your accuser, challenge and review the evidence that will be presented during the course of the trial, have the state carry the burden to prove its charges beyond a reasonable doubt, and for you to have the opportunity to present any defenses and arguments.
Yes,
Are
ma'am.
you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
This is a final disposition. There's no right to an appeal. Are you still willing to move forward?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how do you plead to one count of DUI less safe?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served 1 day. The remainder of it will be on probation. You will report to probation next Thursday, August 8th, before 3 p.m. The office is located at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta,
I think that's down the street, right?
next door.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And while you're on probation, you will need to complete an alcohol and drug evaluation with any healthcare provider. Grady provides that evaluation.
Okay,
So if you want to do it there or with your current healthcare provider, they can do that as well. Okay? And if they recommend any treatment, you will have to undergo that. While on probation, you're also to complete a risk reduction program, which is like a defensive driving class for DUI cases. You also need to attend a victim impact panel that you can do online,
Oh, okay.
pay a $300 fine, and do 40 hours of community service.
Now, I don't have a problem with doing a community service, as long as there ain't no heavy lifting, because my hand is still healing.
Understood. So you might want to do somewhere like the Atlanta Food Bank, maybe Animal Rescue, Salvation Army.
I don't have no problem with it, as long as that not no really
You
heavy
need to
lift.
make sure you let them know of any physical restrictions that you have.
Okay, so do I need to bring some of my
If you have a
paperwork?
doctor's note,
I
you
have
can present
plenty of
it.
stuff.
What?
I have plenty of paperwork.
All right, good. I think they can see it also. And
Ah.
then they will make sure that they provide you with something that's appropriate for you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Oh, ma'am.
All right, you'll need to fill out that probation form, then you're free to go. Don't forget your report date.
Your Honor, I would request non-report, if assuming all the conditions are complete. I don't think Mr. Birch has an objection.
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Scott, oh, I'm so sorry. Just one thing. If you complete all these conditions, pass the fine, the community service and everything, then your probation will go non-reporting.
I could
So-
pay the fine next week. I don't have no problem with that.
Well, you still have all those other conditions to complete. The point is that the sooner you're done with them,
Yes, ma'am.
the less months you have to pay probation fees.
That's no problem.
So that's a money saving thing, all right?
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Let me know.
Your Honor, may
Okay.
I make an announcement with the court's permission? But I'll just wait.
Thank you. Are there any other cases waiting for a plea to be held? Anyone on Zoom who's waiting for a plea?
Your
Okay.
Honor, I think I am.
Kat Wilson, folks, if you want to address the court, you need to make sure your video is on.
Yes, ma'am, I have a baby. Give me 1 second to put down my newborn.
All right. And what's your name, sir?
Irvin Turner.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, you had said you needed to arraign him before he could be released.
Yeah. All right. Mr. Turner, your case number is 19 CR 1430G. This is State versus Irvin D. Turner. From an incident of May 19th, 2017 in Fulton County, Georgia. Mr. Turner, you were accused of driving under the influence of alcohol less safe, endangering a child by DUI, failure to drive a vehicle on the right side of a roadway, obstruction of an officer, possession of an open container, driving while license suspended, and failure to use the appropriate child restraint. With respect to these 8 misdemeanor charges, the prosecution would have the burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be reset for a trial. At the time of the trial, the prosecutor would have to carry that burden of proof and overcome your legal presumption of innocence. If the prosecution does prevail, you could be convicted of one or more of these offenses, and the penalty for all these charges, with the exception of the seatbelt violation, will be up to 1 year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. And that means it could be up to, it depends on the state, whether they want to require all the convictions to be served separately or whether they can be joined together concurrently. Do you know what that means?
Yes,
Okay. Given this information, how do you plead?
not guilty.
All right. This case has been arraigned.
Could I plead no low?
You can definitely plead no contest to any of all these charges if you want to accept the sentence that's recommended by the state.
I don't. I don't,
Then why would you plead no low?
because I was drinking, but all the other
Wait a
things.
minute, hang on. Mr. Birch. I'm sure Mr. Davenport heard that. I tell people that you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you.
Right, well,
So now you just admitted to drinking?
right. But I don't need to talk to him though. No more.
No, you go ahead and tell me whatever you want. I've already told you your right to remain silent. So my question again, why would you want to plead no low? If you plead no contest to me right now, I'm just going to sentence you to $1,000 fine on everything.
No.
So do you want to speak to the prosecutor, see what their recommendation is?
No, he already told me. He already told me what the recommendation was.
Okay.
And I think I can do it better with a lawyer. So that's why.
That's entirely your constitutional right. Just note that your case has been arraigned today. So your lawyer has the next 10 days to file all the necessary paperwork to preserve your rights. So make sure you hire a lawyer between now and the 10th day, because you put this off way too long.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck. And your next court date is in person for trial. If you hire a lawyer a couple of weeks before trial and the lawyer shows up and says, I'm not ready, guess what? You're going to trial.
I know that. I'm too late. This been too long.
It's up to you, sir. See you at trial.
Okay. You have a nice one.
You too.
And Judge, I have some announcement if the court's ready.
Yeah, I don't have any police right now. Go ahead.
Judge, can we start with the final plea calendar?
Oh, sorry, I'm being admonished over here. Sorry about that. Go ahead. What's the announcement?
But if we can start with the final plea calendar.
Yeah.
Mr. Yusuf, he's present here in court with his father, Judge. We're going to enter a not guilty plea and request this be sent back to the division.
On the Yusuf, on the final plea?
Number one. He's number one on the final.
Oh, Al Kuteb, okay. Has this case been arraigned?
I don't believe so, Judge. I'll file a waiver. Of
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Al Kutub. All right, sir. Who is Al Kutub? You are? All right. So your case has been, you're entering a not guilty plea and your case is going to be scheduled for a trial. And we will see you for trial. Thank you.
My next. Okay, thank you. Judge, my next position on the final plea calendar is position 19, Mr. Dennis Grant. He's present in court with his mother. Stand up for us. Judge, I've spoken to Mr. Grant. We're going to enter in a not guilty plea and ask that this be sent back to the division. I do believe I need to enter a waiver of arraignment from Mr. Grant.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Dennis Grant. All right. Your attorney is filing a not guilty plea and your next court date will be for a jury trial.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Grant, excuse.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Our next position is position 30, Ms. Cornella Luster. She's present or was, I'll go grab her from the hallway, Judge. That's going to be a plea today.
Okay.
I believe I've already submitted to the court, but if you don't have it, I'll resubmit it.
Was it Taylor?
Luster, last name Luster.
Okay, right, I'm gonna address Taylor right now and then whenever we have your paperwork, we'll do the plea.
Understood. Ms. Taylor's right here. That's gonna be position 43. And if we can take it now. If you like.
Yeah.
You said Taylor? Yeah, Taylor is position 43 on the final plea
Yeah,
calendar.
Franisha Taylor. Ms. Taylor, please walk all the way around and come here.
Taylor, position 43 on the final plea.
That's the paperwork I have.
Yeah.
Mr. Birch, is that your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The defense has agreed to plead guilty to all three charges in this case. The sentencing will be 12 months probation, serve 2 days, credit for time served 2 days, 12 anger management classes, 40 hours community service, and no further contact with victim Jafeus Hall. Does the defense stipulate to venue, facts, and ID for purposes of the plea?
We do so stipulate, Judge, and we ask you to accept this plea as negotiated. We do just want to clarify.
I don't know why that microphone is doing that, but
Is it that one or?
I'm trying to turn it off.
there we go. Okay.
Judge, it's also non-recording once she completes the conditions.
Yeah, I've got that.
Okay,
All
just wanted to make sure that was on the record.
This is State versus Franisha Taylor, who is position 43 on the final plea calendar, case 20 CR 5276F. Ms. Taylor is present. She's been advised of her right to remain silent, and her attorney is PD Catrice Helen. Ms. Taylor, may I place you under oath for purposes of the plea? The other right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah.
Ms. Taylor, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol? Put your hand down.
No.
And have you understood what's going on in your case?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the legal services you received? And is anyone forcing you to plead guilty today?
No.
Can you come a little closer? I know the mic is intimidating, but.
No.
Okay,
I didn't know if it was going static.
all right. And has it been explained to you that if you decide to plead guilty to these charges, you would have to give up your constitutional right to a trial? You will not get a chance to go to a court of law, to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence presented against you, to be able to present your own arguments and defenses, and have the state carry the burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you
Yes.
prepared to give up those rights?
Yes.
How do you plead to one count of, what was it, disorderly conduct, simple assault, and obstruction of a law enforcement officer.
No, those.
That's
oh.
not something we agreed on, Judge, but I mean, we're standing here.
Oh, guilty.
What did you discuss with your attorney? Did you need to ask her a question?
No,
All right, I'll ask you again. How are you pleading to the 3 charges of disorderly conduct, simple assault, and obstruction of a law enforcement officer?
guilty.
With respect to your sentence on all 3 charges, they will be concurrent, and it's 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served 2 days. You'll be on probation to complete 12 anger management classes and 40 hours of community service. You report to probation next Thursday, August 8th, before 3 p.m. at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. At all times, you have to have no contact with Jafaris. Is it Jafaris Hall?
Yes, Judge.
Right? You have to stay 200 yards away from him and not communicate with him in any way, form, or manner. Any questions?
No, ma'am.
Your community service must be done at any nonprofit agency that's not a church and not a school. And the anger management classes, the first class must begin within 45 days from today. So you have a month and a half to enroll and start those classes. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Judge.
you.
Is Ms. Taylor excused?
Yes, as long as she understands she needs to report.
Understood, Judge, and I'll try to get Ms. Luster's plea to you now.
All right.
Yeah. Your Honor, may I make an announcement?
Yes, Mr. Haddad, chime in.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Judge, on if I can revisit briefly position number 18, I cleared everything up. This is Wakithia Moore. She was offered diversion. She accepted. She signed up to diversion. So that's been set, Judge. I confirmed that during the break this morning. So I'd respectfully requesting a reset for September 6th to make sure that she finished.
All right. What's she required to do?
20 hours community service and to take a course through the Civics Academy. I believe that's a two or 4 hour class, Judge. So there's nothing that's going to prevent her from completing everything, Judge.
All right. She'll need to be in court in person on September 6th at 9 a.m. And this will be a continuing compliance report.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Ms.
She be
Moore.
excused, Judge.
Yes, Ms. Moore, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Kat Wilson. Yes, ma'am. Who represents you? Do you represent her, Mr. Haddad?
I do not, Judge. Let me just
Ms.
check. I
Helen?
wonder if it's Ms. Helen.
Yes, it's Miss Helen,
That
sir.
was Ms. Wilson.
Okay, please hold on that. Mr. Haddad, what was your next announcement?
That's it, Judge. That completes everything that I have, if I can be excused.
Yes, sir. You have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Ms. Helen, what's the announcement on Ms. Wilson?
Give me 1 second, Judge. She's position 52 on the final plea calendar. She was in a car accident, but I told her go ahead and log on to the link anyway, Judge.
Yeah, her case is reset for jury trial, right?
Yes, Judge. I just wanted to make sure she appeared.
Oh, that's fine. Ms. Wilson, your next court date is going to be in person for a jury trial.
Yes, ma'am. When?
We don't know, but no more Zoom.
Yes, ma'am. I was in a car
Okay.
accident this morning. My apologies. I have proof.
I hope you're okay, but you are free to go right now. Thank you.
Yes, I have a question though, because I'm a little confused with what's going on. I never entered a plea, so why is it set for a jury trial?
Your attorney has filed a waiver of arraignment and entered a not guilty plea on your behalf. Did you want to consider something else?
No, ma'am.
That's what we talked about. You weren't pleading guilty, you're pleading not guilty, correct?
I never told you a plea. We were talking and you wanted to show me the video. And remember, I had to leave because I had an appointment with my psychiatrist to get my medication.
Oh, my Lord, that is way TMI.
Oh, my apologies. I'm just trying to explain.
Okay, do not leave the Zoom and Miss Helen will be discussing your case with the prosecutor and speaking with you very soon, but do not leave the Zoom.
No worries. Thank you.
All right, please mute your screen. Thank you.
I
Yes,
have
ma'am.
sent the court Ms. Luster's plea.
Oh, okay. By the way, Mr. Elhon, was it? Arhan?
Your Honor, I've spoken with Mr. Is the Arhan?
Yes, ma'am.
Arhan?
Yes, ma'am.
And we're gonna refer him to DUI court. So it's just a matter of able to see if he's gonna get approved for DUI.
His case is reset to September 6th. And if it's approved for DUI court, that's where it will. Do you have any indication that it would be accepted?
I do believe so, Your Honor. This is his one intent, so it should be accepted.
Fourth in life?
I'm sorry. This is the one intent, Your Honor.
Fourth what? I'm sorry, Ms. Kithier?
What in lifetime? Yes.
I'm sorry, fourth in life, sorry, fourth in life.
So this is his fourth DUI arrest in lifetime. Okay. All right, Mr. Arhin, your case is going to be referred to the Fulton County DUI court.
Yes, ma'am.
If you are admitted to that program, then you'll be taken off this calendar.
Yes, ma'am.
So presently, your case is reset to September 6th at 9 a.m., pending your acceptance into DUI court.
Yes, ma'am.
You would need to understand the requirements they're pretty stringent, so, but they're very good.
Yes, ma'am.
So hopefully you will get into them.
Yes, ma'am.
All right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you're not admitted, then we'll see you on September 6th and we'll find out what you want to do at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
In the meantime, if you plan to retain counsel, please do so immediately
Yes, ma'am.
because otherwise this case is going to go to trial.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you're free to go.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Your Honor, would you sign a transfer order on this case to send it to DUI court?
It's got to be admitted, so you got to apply for it and otherwise I'll be glad. That's what I'm saying, on September 6th, if he's admitted or prior to September 6th, if he's admitted, you can email me the transfer order and he'll be taken off the calendar. Would that work?
Yes.
Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
You sure?
Yes, I guess.
No, I guess doesn't say you understand. September 6th
Yes,
is your next court date.
good.
Between now and September 6th, you must be admitted into DUI court.
Yes, ma'am.
Then I will transfer this case to DUI court and you won't have to come back on September 6th.
Okay.
But if you're not transferred into DUI court, you must show up on September 6th.
Yes, ma'am. So how do I know I've been accepted?
Well, you have to keep in touch with Mr. Birch or Ms. Githier to find out the status of the acceptance.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Mhm. Mhm.
The attorney email, he won't be able to make it into court, the client is here, but the attorney won't be able to make it.
Okay. Roshanda Bracy, your attorney is not going to make it. Your case is reset to September 6th at 9 a.m.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else on Zoom who's waiting to speak to the prosecutor? Okay, is there anyone in the courtroom who's waiting to speak to the prosecutor?
Yes, Marvin Franklin.
All right, again, Mr. Yeah. Miss. This is
Ms. Luster?
is Luster ready?
This is Ms. Booker. She's originally on Zoom. You saw her come in, Your Honor.
Oh, that's good. All right.
Mission 3 on the status.
All right, Miss Booker, have you done your community service?
No, ma'am.
And have you done your anger management classes?
No, ma'am.
And what was the reason?
I just didn't have the money or the time.
Okay, so we're gonna remove her from diversion? Has she ever paid the fees?
Yes.
All right, and have you got the plea paperwork? All right, Miss Booker, please have a seat, and then you will fill up. Mr. Glanville, please place Samsung back in the Zoom. Thank you. Back in the waiting room, sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, Ms. Booker, if you want to consider the plea offer, you need to go through the paperwork, read it, sign off on it, then I will consider it, okay? Thank you for coming.
Judge, I do have some announcements.
Have you all pre-qualified everyone on Zoom? Anyone on Zoom that needed to be? All right. What's your announcement?
I last left off on the final plea calendar, position 30, Ms. Luster. That is gonna be a negotiated plea. I have sent that to the court.
Oh, here it is. Is this it? Yeah, I've got it now. Okay.
The next position I have, Judge, is position 32 on the final plea calendar.
32, okay.
32. Mr. McClure appeared in court, Judge. He's maintaining a not guilty plea. And we are requesting this be sent back to the division.
Who's yelling outside?
Mr. McClure, but the deputy's helping him. Now we'll enter a waiver of arraignment to Mr. McClure.
Why is he yelling outside?
He may be just having his own personal feelings at a loud level, but the deputy's helping him.
Is that a new euphemism? Or he's really ticked off? All right, yeah, I'm gonna reset this to a jury trial. And if he continues lying, screaming out there, he's gonna be addressing the case at SAP. You wanna go tell him?
Yes, Judge, give me 1 second.
Okay.
I think he's coming down a little bit. The next position I have is position 37 on the final plea calendar, Judge. I tried to contact Mr. Rogers with the contact information I have. I've had no contact, Judge.
Rogers. By the way, McClure, you need to file an arraignment.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Before I leave McClure, okay. Where? Okay. What was that gonna do now?
For Mr. Rogers?
Yeah, no contact. Yeah, that's a fine. This will be a bench warrant.
Understood, Judge. The next announcement I have is, Mr. Devontae Jones. He's waited the entire time, Judge. He would like to directly speak with the solicitor's office today.
Sure. And the gentleman in the glasses with the gray shirt, sir, if you could please stand up and come here. I know you wanted to explain to me about your attorney about 300 cases ago. Mr. Jones, Devontae Jones, you want to speak to the prosecutor?
Yeah.
All right, so you're going to speak to the prosecutor? Okay, Mr. Birch or Ms. Githia, one of you can have a chance. Were you going to speak to the prosecutor too, sir? What's your name? Okay. Anybody else who's waiting to speak to the prosecutor who's in the courtroom? Y'all cannot be standing so far away. Come all the way here. Sit in the first or second row, right where the attorney is seated. Who wants to speak to the prosecutor? Stand up, come down, sit there. Nobody else? Did you want to speak to the prosecutor? The man all the way at the back.
No, Judge, he's being represented by the PD's office.
Okay,
Judge, my next announcement is for Jesse Gill on the final plea calendar, that's position 17.
got it?
He also, did not qualify for our services, and he would like to speak to the, prosecutor's office today.
Yeah. He said, okay, good. Anyone else? Okay.
Yes, Judge. I've spoken to, just trying to get back to my list. Position 49 on the final plea calendar, Mr. Williams. I do have his updated contact information. We're gonna maintain a not guilty plea and request that be sent back to the division.
Okay. Let me see what's going on with is Al Williams? Is that A-L?
Al Williams, Al.
Is that his full name? Al?
Yes.
Okay.
And I also believe, he had a plea and arraignment on 2 separate court dates, December 6th, 2021, as well as the July 21st, 2022.
He's never been arraigned.
Understood, Judge. I'll file a waiver of arraignment.
All right, Mr. Williams, your attorney for the Public Defender's Office is filing a not guilty plea on your behalf, and you have to come back to court for ready for trial. Thank you. You're good to go.
Judge, my next position is position 53, Mr. Xavier Zachary. He did fill out an application, Judge. He does qualify. We're maintaining a not guilty plea and requesting it be sent back to the division. 53, Mr. Zachary. And I do believe I need to file a waiver of arraignment for Mr. Zachary.
Okay.
Then.
Waiver of arraignment and further notice for jury trial.
Yes, Judge. And then on the status calendar, Judge, position 23, Mr. Shiver.
Mr.
On 23 on the status calendar, Mr. Shiver. I had no contact with Mr. Shiver, so I've tried on the last known contacts that I've had.
Quantavious Shivers, are you on Zoom? Mr. Birch?
Stay with me for a bench warrant.
Granted, $2,000. Okay. Just, we good? Mr. Murphy, yes, sir, you're back.
Judge, yes, I was at an infinity calendar.
Infinity, is that duration or description?
Duration.
Okay.
Judge, I announced on position 41, Mr. Solomon is here. Judge, we're gonna ask that the case be returned to the judge.
Warren Solomon. All right, and is this case been arraigned, Mr. Murphy?
It has been.
Okay, then the case is further notice for jury trial. Mr. Solomon is free to go. Thank you. Anything else?
Judge, on position 33, Mr. McKenzie. That's where I provided the state with
Yes.
the incarceration of the Department of Corrections that the state indicated they had not been able to reach the alleged victim for comment. So Mr. McKenzie is actually scheduled for August 23rd. So I was hoping if we could just come back on the 23rd, and if the state has heard from their victim, they'll decide.
Yes, Your Honor, this case is scheduled for a motions hearing on August 23rd. I don't know how it ended up on the final plea calendar today, but given the fact that the defendant is in custody for a period of 10 years, we want to look into a potential null process. We need to establish contact with the victim first.
Okay, I'm gonna put it on the dead docket.
I don't
And
want to do that yet.
why not?
Can you give us until?
You are gonna try this case with him at the Department of Corrections?
We would prefer to dismiss this case, but we need to establish contact with the victim first. So the dead docket would just.
Reset to 9/6. Oh, excuse me, you have August 23rd, right? Oh, that's perfect. Yeah. Let me know if you're gonna dismiss or move forward. Thank you.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Judge, would you like me to leave Samsung in the waiting room?
Sure, as long as we understand. All right. We are ready to go with Miss Luster, Miss Helen?
Yes, Judge.
Give me 1 second.
Okay. Do you need Miss McClure outside, deputy? Okay. Sir, if please come forward before somebody else.
Okay.
What's your last name again, please?
Jones.
Jones. Grady Jones, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you're saying your attorney has not been in touch and you don't intend to continue with his representation, is that correct?
No, I didn't say that. He just hasn't been in touch.
How would you like to proceed?
With him or with him here.
I don't know. I mean, you have a right to remain silent. There's nothing you need to say about the facts of the case. This is strictly a procedural question. Your attorney needs to be here so I can find out what's going on. But at the present time, you are accused of simple assault, family violence from June 6, 2019.
Yes.
You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, you have a right to an appointed counsel. But since you've already retained counsel, Mr. Epps, who has got a legal duty to be here with you, and I don't have any entry that he is on a leave of absence or that he has a conflict. So therefore, the only other option I have at the present time is for, yeah.
Mr. Jones is actually in diversion, so it's just a matter of compliance.
Oh, that helps. Were you aware that you were in the diversion program?
Yes.
All right, that would be helpful if I'd known that at the beginning, okay.
Oh, well,
Okay, so you're in the diversion program, and what else is he required to complete?
Family violence intervention programs
I've already done that.
You've already done it?
No, I'm sorry. I haven't done FEIP. I've done anger management and probation.
Doesn't sound right.
Yes, ma'am, I have.
So probation is the monitoring services. It's not a condition. So diversion is where you're required to complete conditions in order to get a favorable outcome in your case. So that would include the family violence intervention program, which you refer to as EPWIP. You may be required to do anger management. You may be required to do community service. You may be required to do an alcohol and drug evaluation. So what conditions were you required to complete in your diversion program?
Seeing a probation officer once a month for a year and the anger management classes, which I did.
Okay. Yeah.
I have the attorney's office. They are aware that he is to come in today. The attorney's paralegal was saying that the attorney thought that because it was a check-in, he wasn't required to come in.
Okay, then
So that's what
let them know that their client doesn't know what he's completed.
Yes, I actually I do.
I don't know. I don't know what is required to be completed and what has been completed.
This is the family violence intervention program, which is generally 24 months, and he was
24 weeks.
24 weeks, and he was receiving diversion in April 2020.
That is the firm from where your attorney is?
I'm sending it.
Okay. Have a seat, sir. They're sending the law firm a Zoom link and hopefully they'll appear and perhaps enlighten me further.
Thank you.
Are we ready with Luster?
He's out in the hallway.
Okay.
Hold on, for this hold.
Who is this?
Miss Booker.
Excellent.
Hello, this is Shaka Foreman.
Miss Samsung, I cannot address you until you put on your video. Then you can speak.
Oh, okay. I thought it was on there. I'm sorry.
That's
Let
why
me
you
see.
kept being removed. So
Oh,
mute,
okay.
mute your screen, start your video, then we'll
Okay.
address whoever's down there.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out how I go back to the regular screen.
All right. The lady in the red vest, please come forward. Miss Booker, have a seat. I still need your documents. Okay, stop moving around, Miss Foreman.
Oh, is that the problem?
Many problems, but let's start resolving them.
Okay, I'm trying to fix it because it keeps saying safe mode.
Who is your attorney?
I can't think of her name. It's the young lady with the braids.
Ms. Foreman, yes. Okay, so we can go over it. Ms. Foreman, position 13 on the final city calendar. Judge, she's still in diversion. She has a restitution fee to pay. I sent her the link to make that payment easily. Additionally, Judge, she does have 50 hours of community service to complete. We are requesting that September 6th compliance date.
Okay, let me. So, Ms. Foreman, you are to complete 50 hours of community service. How many hours have you completed?
I don't believe you can.
First, I was stated that I had to make a payment. Now I'm finding out I gotta do community service. Plus make a fine payment. It's just that the case has been going from, different attorneys to different attorneys. And it's been saying, different things, but now me and her is on one accord. She told me what all I need to do.
And what's the
So-
restitution amount?
$565, Judge.
$565.
Uh-huh. So,
Ms. Foreman, listen very carefully.
Yes, ma'am, I'm listening to you.
September 6th, 2024 is your next court date, and that's 9 a.m.
Okay, so you need me to come to court? Cause today I ended up coming down there and then I didn't know I could do virtual. Well, I knew I could do virtual, I just had a hard
You
time.
are not allowed to do virtual.
Okay, no problem.
No more Zoom.
Okay, that's no problem.
Even if you get a Zoom link, if you show up by Zoom, that will be considered a failure to appear.
Okay, that's no problem. I've been coming back and forth with this case for about 3 years now.
Stop talking and listen. Maybe if you stop talking and listen, you will get something done. September 6, 2024, you must complete a minimum of 25 hours of community service and be prepared to pay at least half the restitution, which is $565. So that would be, well, I'm just going to add, I'm going to require you to do $280.
Okay.
That you have to show that you are prepared to pay $280 by September 6th and have completed a minimum of 25 hours. After that, when you come to court and show this proof, then you will get another court date to come back to complete the rest of the requirements. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about what you're required to do?
No, ma'am, I see you September the 6th.
25 hours of community service and $280 prepared to pay in restitution.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, we have another announcement for position 14. It's going to be Marvin Franklin. He's been here on the Zoom call the entire time, Judge. That's going to be a plea. I'll just forward it to the court here in a second.
Okay. Has he filled out the paperwork?
Yes, it's
Okay.
DocuSign. I just need to forward it.
Okay.
My next case is position 21, Ms. Hinton. She's also been here since the beginning of court, Judge. She is in diversion. She just has one vet class to complete. I do believe that September 6th date, she'll have it done by then.
Just the theft class.
Just the vet class, Judge.
All right. September 6th, 2024 in person. And we need your certificate that you've completed the class. Thank you. You're free to go.
Right there.
Do I print that?
You can
Since it's online.
save it, email it to me, just get a picture of it and send it to me, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is 21 on the final plea calendar. Compliance, this is anti-theft class. Tonetta Luster, excuse me. Please come to the podium. Ms. Githia, are you ready? Position. Mr. Birch, do you have position 30 on the final plea calendar, or is that Ms. Githia? 3-0. Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay. This is State versus Tonetta Luster, accused of simple battery, accusation number 21 CR 1164F. Ms. Luster is present in the courtroom with her attorney, Ms. Catrice Helen. Ms. Luster, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney, Ms. Helen, will be advocating on your behalf. May I place you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Githia, with regards to one count of simple battery, how are we proceeding?
12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served 2 days, 12 anger management classes, 40 hours of community service, to have no further violent contact with Tonetta Luster, and the balance may be suspended until completion of the conditions.
That's her daughter.
That ain't gonna work.
Can I just have one? Everything is negotiated, but the no further contact, that's her daughter. Can we ask for no further violent contact?
I've got no further violent contact.
No further violent contact. That's what I have on here. Did I not say that?
Did you hear that? We just want to make sure it's her daughter and she still wants contact with her.
So there is no further contact, and there's no further violent contact.
No further contact.
No, ma'am, take your hands out of your pocket. Take your hands out of your pocket and listen very carefully. The prosecutor is saying no violent contact with your daughter. So you can communicate, you can live in the same house, you can be in the same room, but there cannot be physical and verbal altercations while you're on probation.
Okay.
If there's an altercation, you need to get out of the house and take a long walk. Are these the terms to which you've agreed?
Yeah.
Okay, please continue, Ms. Githia.
Does the defense stipulate to the facts of the ID?
We do so stipulate, Judge, and we just ask the court to accept this plea as negotiated. We also ask if Ms. Luster can use her NOLO, and I don't believe that there is an objection to her using that today.
I've got guilty printed up here, but y'all tell me.
Could we have NOLO circled, Judge?
No objection to the NOLO.
Okay, let me go ahead and change all that to NOLO.
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Luster, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes.
Even the no violent contact?
Yes.
Okay, and are you satisfied with your legal services?
Yes.
Is anyone forcing you to take this plea today?
No.
Has it been explained to you that if you plead guilty today, you would have to give up your right to a trial?
Yes.
You will not get a chance to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence brought against you, and have the state prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Ma'am.
How do you plead to one count of simple battery?
No.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served 2 days. The balance will be probated, which means that you report to probation next Thursday on August 8th before 3 p.m.
Okay.
The probation office is located at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta.
All right.
While you're on probation, you will complete 12 anger management classes. You will enroll in the first class within 45 days from today.
All right.
And then you will complete each of those classes consecutively with no breaks. You will also complete 40 hours of community service with any nonprofit agency that's not a church and not a school. At all times, you're to have no violent contact with Tonetta Luster. And if you complete all these conditions, the anger management and the community service, your probation will be suspended. which means that the faster you're done with your anger classes and your probation, community service, the less probation fees you'll have to pay. Any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, you and your attorney will have to fill out the probation form and then you're free to go.
I'll fill out
Yes,
that
Ms.
form
Ellen?
for Judge, and I apologize. She's not currently employed right now. We're asking for the first 2 months of probation fees be waived.
I'll waive the fees for the month of August. 1 month.
Is Ms. Luster free to go, Judge?
Yes, as soon as she fills out that probation form.
Understood, Judge. Would you? I'll fill it out.
When you're going to have an announcement on position 17 on the final plea calendar.
Oh. Let me take this plea and then I'll be right with you. Okay, Ms. Booker? This is State versus Des Bernice Booker, case 17 CR 005-071J. Ms. Booker is originally accused of simple assault from June 20th, 2016. Ms. Booker, you have a right to remain silent about the facts of the case. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to represent you. But I understand that you've waived your right to counsel and so been advised that any legal decisions that you make, you'll be responsible for the impact it has upon your person, as well as the fact upon any open cases. And here it is. Thank you. May I place you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Birch?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Booker has agreed to plead guilty to the charges accused, simple assault. The conditions will be 12 months probation, 8 anger management courses, and 20 hours community service. Does the defendant stipulate to the factual basis being you and I?
Yes.
Nothing further from the state.
Ms. Booker, do you know what it means to stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
Did I agree to the terms that was given to me?
It means that you agree that you are the correct defendant in this case, that you agree that the incident occurred in Fulton County, and that the allegations supporting the charge are all true and correct.
That's fine.
Do you agree to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you consumed any medicine or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you entering this plea freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you to do so?
No, ma'am.
And if you decide, have you read through the documents that you had signed?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you understand that if you plead guilty today, you'll be giving up your constitutional right to a trial?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not get a chance to go back to court and have the ability to confront your accuser,
Yes, ma'am.
challenge the evidence brought against you,
Yes, ma'am.
present your own arguments and defenses,
Yes, ma'am.
and waive your right to have the state prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt.
Ma'am.
How do you plead to one count of simple assault?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve on probation. You report to probation next Thursday before 3 p.m.
Yes.
And that's located at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. While on probation, you complete 8 anger management classes, and you must begin your first class within 45 days from today. And also do 20 hours of community service. Your probation will terminate if you've done the community service and the anger management classes. The sooner you're done, the less you'll have to pay in probation fees. Any questions?
Where do I sign up for the anger management? How do I sign up for the anger management?
When you go to probation, they will give you a list of schools that you will be able to sign up with. Or you can Google that and say court-ordered anger management classes in Fulton County.
Thank you.
All right. You need to fill out the probation form, and once you've completed that, then you are free to go.
Thank you.
All right. Was that Prosecutor Davenport? No. I got his Sham. Sorry. I don't know why I thought it was Heather. Yes, Mr. Ham. That's Mr. Ham. I don't know why I thought he was. Mr. Ham, for some reason, I kept thinking Davenport, but that name is, I don't know why it's in my head. I've got a cold. That's all I'm going to say.
Position 17 on the final plea calendar, I believe.
Yes, sir.
You made a diversion offer?
Mm-hmm. Jesse Gill? Is that you, sir? All right, and what are the conditions?
Well, anger management classes, Your Honor.
4 anger management classes, all right? And he'll have to pay the fees and everything to be part of the program, right?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Gill, I can reset your case for September 6, 2024 at 9 a.m. for you to come back to court and spend the next 4 hours again with me. Or you can complete the 4 anger management classes long before September 6th and make sure you pay the diversion fees, send proof to Mr. Ham that it's all been completed, and we'll take your case off the calendar. It's entirely up to you. All right, any questions? Okay. You're free to go.
Your Honor, I also have an announcement on position 25 on the final plea calendar. The monthly notes.
Yes, sir.
He's requesting a jury trial, so we ask that this be sent back to the division.
All right, Mr. Jones, if you'd like to come forward to the podium. All right, Mr. Jones, I am not, the case was reset for a final plea on May 16. You did make a jury trial demand, but you have not indicated who is your attorney. So it looks like you don't qualify for the public defender's office.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, your case was arraigned in March of 2021. The defendants have filed their response for discovery. So I'm assuming that you'll be prepared for trial with all the information that's already been provided.
Yes, ma'am.
You have the information?
I'm sorry, repeat that one more time.
So do you know what discovery means?
No, ma'am.
All right.
I mean, everything without, you charged with the information and everything right there in it, right?
So the state's required to provide any information they have that supports their allegations.
Oh, okay, yeah, I haven't gotten it.
The only thing y'all have produced is the accusation. Oh, here it is. Okay. The warrant, police report. And the event report. Okay. All right, this is case 21 CR 601C. Mr. Jones, the state's already produced their reports and all the documents that they intend to use at the time of the trial. It was filed with the court on on January 17, 2024. So you can go to the clerk's office and request, or you can obtain it all online from the Odyssey system.
Okay,
But if you like to be represented by counsel, please make sure that you hire an attorney because your next court date will be your jury trial date.
yes, ma'am.
And you cannot afford to hire an attorney like a week before trial. You need to hire an attorney like within the next 10 to 20 days.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your case is reset for a jury trial. Make sure you're prepared.
Okay, and y'all will send me the information, right?
No, you go ahead and obtain it from the clerk's office, or you hire an attorney to get it for you.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm saying as far as the date for the next jury trial.
Have you changed your date anytime? Have you changed your address anytime?
No, ma'am.
All right, then we'll send it to whatever address we have on file. If you change your address, come back to court and give that to us in writing.
All right, thank you.
All right.
And Judge, I have a request for position 30 on the final plea calendar. Ms. Luster, if we could come back to the podium and bring that case back up, Judge. Position 30. on the final plea calendar.
Just 1 second. Someone is preparing Marvin Franklin's plea, right?
I've already sent it, maybe I need to forward it again.
Okay, so we're just waiting for that. All right, what is it about Miss Luster's plea?
She just lost her job, judge. It's really the probation fees. She won't have it by September, so we're asking for August and September.
2 months waiver.
Understood, Judge. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is Ms.
Mhm.
Luster free to go?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Good afternoon, Judge. It's Kyle.
Hey,
Epps.
Mr. Epps, yes, your client is in diversion. We are trying to get an understanding of what are the conditions that he's supposed to complete. This is Mr. Jones. Could you enlighten us on what are the conditions he's supposed to complete and what has he done?
Judge, I don't have that file with me. I've been in court this morning in Barrow County. We've had contact with him on at least 13 different occasions, both by email and text. When we try to contact him, he won't call us back. Then he sends a letter of apology about those kind of things. And Your Honor, I don't know what else the court would instruct me to do with this client.
Mr. Jones, if you'd like to come forward to your podium, please. Would the state have his conditions that he's required to complete? He's position number 26.
Violence intervention program.
Okay. No. All right. Mr. Jones, you're in the courtroom. Mr. Epps, do you see your client in the courtroom?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Jones, that's your attorney on the screen. Do you see him?
Yes.
Okay. Both of you need to communicate because Mr. Jones, ultimately, if I am not satisfied that you've completed the terms of diversion, or if diversion is not satisfied that you've completed the terms of diversion, your case is kicked out of diversion, your case will not be dismissed, and you go to trial.
Okay,
All right?
I
So
understand.
now I want everyone to be on the same page about what you are required to complete. You're required to complete a 24-week family violence intervention program.
Right.
Have you enrolled in such a program?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you enroll?
Several weeks ago.
That does not help me. With whom did you enroll?
AACS.
How many weeks have you completed?
2.
If you enrolled several weeks ago, then you would have completed several weeks of classes because it is a 24-week program.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're required to complete all 24 weeks consecutively with
Right.
no breaks. So if you complete 2 weeks, that tells me that you have not completed the program in a satisfactory manner.
Not all of it? No, ma'am.
No, sir, you have not completed it at all. All right?
Yes.
I don't know what program you enrolled in, but I'm in front of your attorney. I'm telling you right now, you either return to that program that you enrolled in, where if you paid any fees, and you start the 24-week program, 24 weeks, that's up to 6 months,
Yes.
and you attend every week with
Yes.
no breaks. And you come back to court on September 6, 2024, with a letter from the school indicating how many classes you've completed so far.
Yes.
And you need to keep coming back to court to show that. I'm not going to require your attorney to show up. I'm going to require you to show up.
Okay.
If you want to take a drive to your attorney's office and provide him with the forms, that's entirely up to you. But I'm telling you right now, to you in your attorney's presence, you need to be back in court with continuing compliance.
Yes.
Do you have any questions?
Not at all.
I'll see you on September 6, 2024 at 9 a.m. with a letter of your progress with your 24-week program.
Very good.
You're free to go.
Thank you.
Mr. Epps, thank you so much. I just wanted to put that out on the record. You're free to go. Thank you, Mr. Epps.
I understand, Judge. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too. Cedric Edwards? And who represents you, sir? You representing yourself?
He did not qualify.
Okay. Do I have a 1:30 calendar too?
No, this is it.
I was gonna make sure that Miss, I was like, Miss Dithier, could you do a coffee run? I can go for another 4 hours. See that talk back I get? All right, let's proceed. Ms. Edwards, don't you think we can go another 4 hours on this marathon?
They said no.
They say no, you would agree with them. All right. This is State versus Cedric Edwards, case number 21 CR 006-826C. Mr. Edwards was originally accused of driving under the influence of alcohol less safe, reckless driving, following too closely, and failure to maintain lane. This is from November 8th, 2020 in Fulton County, Georgia. Mr. Edwards, you've been advised of your right to remain silent and you have waived your right to counsel, understanding that you're responsible for all legal decisions and how it may impact upon your person and any other possible open cases you have. Have you read through the waiver of right to counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
And you agree to those terms?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. May I place you under oath for purposes of the plea? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Gathia, which charge are we proceeding with?
The DUI, we are seeing the DUI, reckless driving following so closely.
All right, and we're going to null process the failure to maintain lane?
Correct.
Okay. Something will merge. Reckless driving
The reckless and the following too closely.
will merge. Okay. So the only charge that he's pleading to is the DUI alcohol less safe.
Correct.
Okay. Let me make a note of that. Okay. So, Mr. Edwards, you understand that you'll be pleading guilty to 1 count of DUI less safe?
Ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Kathir, please proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. For the DUI alcohol less safe, it was 12 months served, 72 hours. Credit for time served 24 hours. Mr. Edwards stated that he actually did serve more than the 24 hours, but we do not have documentation to prove that.
Okay.
The balance will be probated, pay a $600 fine, to complete 240 hours of community service, alcohol drug evaluation and any required treatment, the risk reduction program, and 1 victim impact panel. The reckless driving and the following. What that, the facts of this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Mr. Edwards, may I place you? Okay. Have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
Well, I take muscle relaxant for my back and I blood pressure for you.
Okay. And even after consuming that medication, are you still able to understand the proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
And is anyone forcing you to take a plea today?
No, ma'am.
And are you doing so freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes, ma'am.
And pleading guilty to DUI alcohol less safe. I know that at the time of the arrest, your license may have been suspended. I do not know. But pleading guilty today to DUI alcohol less safe will trigger a mandatory license suspension.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you still willing to move forward?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this his first DUI?
No, Your Honor, this is the second.
Okay, so unfortunately, you don't qualify for an affidavit of first documents. That pleading guilty to this charge will result in you waiving your right to a trial.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have an opportunity to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence brought against you, present any defenses and arguments you may have, and have the state prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes, ma'am.
So you are willing to waive these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And this will be the final decision. There's no right to appeal.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? How do you plead to one count of DUI, alcohol less safe?
Guilty.
The remaining charges of reckless driving and following too closely will merge with the DUI charge, and the state will null cross the failure to maintain lane or improper lane change. I don't have any record of your detention because you were arrested and housed at a different facility, not at Fulton County Jail. This is Cedric Edwards.
Which one? I think.
In Fulton County Rice Street
It
Jail.
might be East Point.
Okay. Can you promise me that you will never have a jailing at Fulton County Rice Street Jail?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, remember that. But right now, there's no jailings of you at the Fulton County Rice Street Jail.
Okay, it might probably East Point.
All right. Do you have your discharge date from East Point Jail?
As I was staying there, got burned.
Judge Law, your audio is muted and the connection has been going in and out the totality of this plea. So I've been only catching like maybe every 2 to 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, this has to be in the record and
I can hear you now.
do you, Mr. Glanville, did I lose you just now?
Yeah, many times since the beginning of the plea. It's been going in and out every probably 30 to 40 seconds. So I catch maybe half of what you said.
Oh. All right, Ms. Githia, we have to do this again because it's being recorded on Zoom, so. I'm sorry, Mr. Edwards, by law, all pleas have to be recorded. So, Mr. Glanville, can you start the recording again?
It's still on.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Mr. Glanville?
I get a little bit close to the mic.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. For the DUI alcohol less safe, the state's recommendation is 12 months to serve 72 hours. Credit for time served, 24 hours. The balance is probated to pay a $600 fine to do 240 hours of community service, to do the alcohol drug evaluation and any required treatment, to do the risk reduction program, and attend one victim impact panel. The reckless driving and following too closely will merge. Failure to maintain lane will be dismissed. And I asked you earlier, did you stipulate to the facts, venue, and ID, and you stated?
Yeah, they already got it.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, speak a little louder, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Edwards. Okay. Do we get that, Mr. Glanville?
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Edwards, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to reiterate what I was just saying, make sure it's on the record.
You okay?
Have you consumed any medicine or alcohol?
Yes, I did, but I'm good. I'm good.
And you can understand everything that's going on?
Yeah.
And you have waived your right to counsel and you understand the
Yes, ma'am.
consequences of that waiver?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're entering this plea freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that you'll be waiving your right to a trial?
Yes, ma'am.
To confront your accuser, challenge the evidence presented before you, and have the state prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're doing so freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you plead to one count of driving under the influence of alcohol less safe?
I'm guilty. Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 72 hours, as this is your second DUI conviction in a lifetime. You're going to be given credit for 1 day, absent any evidence that you've served additional time. Therefore, you have 2 more days to serve at the Fulton County Jail. You can report on Monday. Would that be all right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you report on Monday to the Fulton County Jail?
At what time?
Well, you tell me.
I mean,
Before 9 a.m. would be good.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That would be August 5th, 2024, before 9 a.m. And you will complete 48 hours at the jail. And that will satisfy your additional 2 days, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
The sheriff typically offers a 2-for-1. So, which means that you might end up just spending 24 hours in jail.
Yes,
They
ma'am.
might have you just sitting in intake, watching TV, eating popcorn. And then release.
Sound good.
I can't promise you the popcorn,
I
but,
know.
but in the meantime, once you are released from the Fulton County Jail, then you will report to probation, and that report date is going to be different. You'll be reporting to Fulton County Jail on the 5th, and you might be released either on the 6th or, you know, like I said, they normally offer 2-for-1, okay? You report to Fulton County Probation on August 12th. You're going to fill out a probation form. Probation office is located at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta.
Just, I do.
It's the Mitchell Street.
It's gonna be an address. I have the address though, so I can find it.
Just use your GPS, yeah.
Ma'am.
And you report to probation before 3 p.m.
Okay.
This is going to be an extended sentence because it's your second DUI. You would have to complete, you have to pay a $600 fine. You would need to do 240 hours of community service. So I will require you to do a minimum of 25 hours every month. You need to complete an alcohol and drug evaluation and submit yourself to any treatment, and you'll need to do that within 30 days of from today.
Okay.
You also need to do a risk reduction program and attend one victim impact panel. All right? And you report to probation every month until the 12 months is completed.
Okay.
Anything else?
I know, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about your report date?
No, ma'am. Can I pay the $600 fine today?
Nope. You will make sure you make all your payments through probation, and then they will keep a running tally of everything that needs to be done.
I mean, just pay $100 every week.
Whatever you like to do.
I mean, oh,
If you can pay today, hold on to it, and when you see probation, you can pay it at that time. Just make sure you don't put it in a cookie jar, put it somewhere safe.
Oh, no, I'm stingy.
All right, there you go. All right, you need to fill out that probation form and then you're free to go. Remember to report to jail on Monday before 9 a.m.
And Judge, I have two announcements. If the court's ready.
Yep.
Position 52 on the final plea calendar, Ms. Wilson. She's been present on the Zoom call this entire time. We're gonna maintain the not guilty plea and request for consent to the division judge.
She was on the final plea calendar?
Yes, Judge, position 52 is final plea calendar.
This is Katisha Wilson?
Yes, Judge.
Yeah, I've already got it down for further notice waiver.
She made some statements and the court asked.
Oh,
me to
I
speak
see.
to her.
Oh, I remember now. Yeah.
Ms. Wilson, is there a way you can show some light on your face? I don't know.
No, I can see her now. I can see her. Miss Wilson? Unmute.
Yes, ma'am.
Your case
Yes,
is
ma'am.
reset for a jury trial. You need to come back to court in person for your trial.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
You know what date?
Nope.
Yes, ma'am. I'll just stay posted.
All right. Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
Oh, I'm free to go, right?
Yep.
Yes, ma'am. Have a great day.
I'm ready for Marvin Franklin if you
Yes,
are.
that was gonna be my next announcement, position.
Poor man has nodded off, so I just want to make sure that we're ready to address him.
Mr. Franklin, if you can come back on, please.
Marvin Franklin? Wakey, wakey.
I can try to text him. In the meantime.
There you go. He's awake. Okay, and Mr. Franklin's also on the final plea calendar. This is State versus Marvin Franklin, 21 CR 002-928C. Mr. Franklin was accused of battery family violence from June 19th, 2021. Mr. Franklin, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is Ms. Catrice Helen, who is physically present in the courtroom while you are appearing virtually. May I place you under oath for purposes of the plea? Can you sit up straight, or is it just your phone that's crooked?
Yeah, I got it on the thing. I can sit up.
Ooh,
What
ooh,
about
ooh.
now? Yes,
All right,
ma'am.
raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. Ms. Githia, what's the recommendation for Mr. Franklin?
For the battery family violence, the recommendation is 12 months to serve 4 days, credit for time served 4 days, balance probated to complete the family violence intervention program, and to have no further violent contact with Jasmine Cummings. And does the defense stipulate to the facts, venue, and ID?
So stipulate, Judge, and the plea is negotiated. The only thing we would ask is that once he completes the conditions, if you can go non-reporting.
Any objection?
Let me look it up really quick. He has. The state objects to non-reporting. He has a history.
All right, I'm sorry, Ms.
I'm
Githia,
sorry,
speak up, please.
it would be, we would request 12 months probation, not non-reporting. He has a history.
And what's the nature of that history?
There's a 2017 battery family violence. which has no disposition, I'm sorry, has no disposition. There was a criminal trespass in 2009. And there is a (2007) battery as well. He has quite a few charges with batteries.
No, he'll be required to report every month.
Understood, Judge.
Mr. Franklin, the request
Yes, ma'am.
to place your probation on non-reporting is denied. Would you still like to move forward with the plea?
Yes,
Okay. And Ms. Helen, you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
We do so stipulating, Judge. We ask you to accept the plea as negotiated.
Mr. Franklin, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
no, ma'am.
Have you understood the proceedings in your case?
I don't understand. What do you say?
Have you understood what's been going on in your case so far?
Yes,
Are you satisfied with your legal services?
yes,
Is anybody forcing you to take a plea offer today?
no, ma'am.
And has it been explained to you that if you plead guilty to this charge, that it would go on your record? And that any subsequent arrests for a same or similar offense will automatically be a felony charge?
I understand.
If you decide to take this plea, you would have to give up your constitutional right to a trial in front of a judge or a jury. You will not get a chance to go back to court to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence brought against you, present your own defenses and arguments, and have the state prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead? How do you plead to one count of battery, family violence?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 4 days, credit for time served 4 days. The remainder of the time will be on probation. You will report to the Fulton County Probation Office on Thursday, August 8th, before 3 p.m. You'll be required to report every month until the remainder of the 12 months is completed. You will enroll in a 24-week domestic violence program, and you must enroll into that program within 45 days from today. You're also to have no violent contact with Jasmine Cummings. You can have contact with Ms. Cummings, but they cannot involve any physical or verbal altercations. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your attorney is going to fill out your probation form. Please make sure that you report to probation next Thursday before 3 p.m.
Can
You're
I
free
ask you
to.
something, Judge?
Yes, sir.
I work from like 7. I don't get out till 3 o'clock. I work from 7 to 3.
Well, for that day, you're going to have to tell your boss that you need to report to probation and that you need to be there before 3 p.m.
Okay,
And you only do this once a month.
okay.
Anything else?
That's it.
All right. We'll see you then. Thank you.
All right.
Anthony McClure. Is that the guy yelling in the hallway? What's this? Okay. McClure is what position now on the?
32 on the final plea calendar.
All right, thank you. Mr. Franklin, you're free to go. Did you have a
Okay,
question for your
fine.
attorney?
No.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
This is State versus Anthony McClure, position 32 on our final plea calendar. Mr. McClure was accused of battery, family violence from December 21st, 2020 under accusation 20 CR 0. Hang on. Mr. Franklin, we're going to remove you from Zoom because the static is interrupting us. So,
Okay.
Mr. Glanville, please, thank you. As I was saying, this is 20 CR 6129F. Mr. McClure is present in court represented by counsel, Ms. Catrice Helen. And Mr. McClure, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. Representing the state is Mr. James Birch, and Mr. McClure, may I place you under oath for purposes of the plea? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Birch?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have reached a negotiated resolution in this case. The defense has agreed to plead guilty to the accusation, 1 count of battery of family violence. The conditions will be 12 months probation, credit for time served 3 days, served 3 days. I did see on the paperwork it was 4 days, but I'm showing 3 in my system. And so I'm willing to give him credit for 3 days in jail. Family violence intervention program. No further violent contact with victim Anita King, and no objection from the state on non-reporting upon completion of conditions.
Okay.
Does the defense stipulate to a factual basis, venue, and identification?
Judge, we do stipulate, and this is a negotiated plea. The only part that isn't negotiated, we are asking that he use his nolo contenderary plea if the court sees that he qualifies to do that.
Let me see. Any priors?
He does have a lengthy criminal history, Your Honor.
The jailing records indicate that you were in custody for 3 days at the Fulton County Jail. Is there any indication that he was detained elsewhere for an additional day?
No, Judge, and we can correct that.
Okay, so it's served 3 days, credit for time served 3 days.
Yes, Judge.
No, the request for a nolo contender is denied. Would you like to move forward with the plea, Mr. McClure?
Guess so.
I need a yes or no.
Guess so. Yeah.
All right, and with that, Miss Helen, shall we proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Mr. McClure, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol? Have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No.
And have you understood what's been going on in your case so far?
No.
If you don't understand what's been going on, I cannot accept this plea. Is there a question you have of your attorney that you could?
I have many questions.
All right.
I haven't spoke to nobody. I have many questions.
Have you spoken to Miss Helen?
Not until I get here. I have many questions that I don't understand.
Okay, we've gone over the initial discovery the last time we were in court, Judge.
Do you have a list of the questions that you wish to ask Miss Helen? All right.
Any questions?
All right. And if I hear any more raised voices from you in the hallway, the next time I'm addressing you, you'll be at the Rice Street Jail. Do you understand, sir?
Yeah.
All right. Please step outside and peacefully ask your questions. Deputy, one of you need to be present for that. iPhone 40. Do we know if that is an individual on this calendars? iPhone parentheses 40. All right, Mr. Glanville, you can remove that iPhone from Zoom.
Will do.
Kelsey's iPhone. Kelsey's iPhone.
And Judge, if you're ready, I have one more announcement.
Yeah.
For Mr. McClure on the final plea calendar,
Let's go ahead and remove Kelsey's iPhone from Zoom. Thank you. All right.
we're gonna maintain the not guilty plea. Mr. McClure is not accepting any plea that's being offered by the state, and we're gonna request that this be sent back to the division.
Okay. Where is he gone?
In the hallway.
All right, he's not been released. He needs to come back into the courtroom.
Understand, Judge. I do want him to calm
What a
down.
tantrum, my goodness.
He addresses the court.
Want to come in here?
When he, yeah. Have we addressed everybody else? I can't see anyone behind a pillar, so, if someone's back there,
Judge, we
fallen asleep or something. Garcia did not show up.
Okay, so that's a bench warrant?
Yeah, I mean, I guess eventually
Mhm.
it's gonna be 1,000. All right, while we're waiting for Mr. What was your other announcement besides Mr. McClure?
That's it, Judge.
All right. So, let me just do the status calendar first. Ms. McGithia, you ready?
I am.
Okay. Position 1 is reset to September 6th pending admission to DUI court. Position 2 is further notice for jury trial. He has filed 2 demands for speedy trial in this case. And, it'll need to go back to Judge Roth. And Judge Roth has issued 3 standing orders in this case. Specifically, one of them indicating that no additional filings after March 27th of 2024. Is that your case, Ms. Githia, presently?
That was Supervisor Reddick's.
Reddick's case, yes.
Yes.
Poor thing, okay.
I did communicate to her about the motions denied after March 27th, 2024.
Okay. But he's got that speedy demand trial from 22, so y'all need to figure out what's been going on since then. And then, of course, he filed one today. So it doesn't,
Yeah, Supervisor Reddick is aware, and she's the supervisor over Judge Roth's courtroom.
oh, that makes it all perfect then.
Yes.
Okay. Position number 3 is, removed from no, hang on. No, she took a plea, excuse me.
Yes.
Mr. McClure, with respect to your case, you were cited, accused of battery, family violence. I am arraigning your case at the present time. Yes, sir?
I'll go on with the plea.
All right. Going back to Anthony McClure, 20 CR 006-129F. The state has already allocated the terms of the recommended plea. And Ms. Helen, just to reiterate, you are stipulating to the factual basis, venue, and ID, correct?
Judge.
Okay, and Mr. McClure has already been placed under oath. Mr. McClure, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood what's been going on in your case so far?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you satisfied with the legal services you received?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you entering this plea freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes, ma'am.
If you decide to enter a guilty plea to this charge of battery, family violence, I just want to make sure that was the offense, that this will go on your record. Any subsequent arrest for a same or similar offense will automatically be a felony charge. Are you still willing to move forward with this plea?
Yes, ma'am.
If you decide to enter a guilty plea, you will have to waive your constitutional right to a trial. You will not get a chance to be before a judge or a jury to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence brought against you, present your defenses, arguments, and mitigating factors, and have the prosecutor carry its burden to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
If you decide to plead guilty, this will be the final, my sentencing will be the final decision, and there's no right to file an appeal. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to one count of battery family violence?
Yes.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 3 days, credit for time served 3 days. The remainder of the time will be on probation. You will report to the probation office next Thursday on August 8th before 3 p.m.
Is there a way you can get it to where I don't have to go down there?
No,
I'd be busy. I
you
want-
will have to go there once a month. If you do not appear for probation, they will revoke your probation and have you serve out the rest of the year in jail. So right now, you're required to report to probation next Thursday before 3 p.m. on August 8th, 2024. Make sure you report before 3 p.m. While you're on probation, you will complete a 24-week domestic violence program and complete 40 hours of community service. At all times, you can have no violent contact with Anita King. There shall not be any physical or verbal altercations with her, although you may communicate with her. You are to enroll in the domestic violence program within 45 days from today, and you're to do a minimum of 5 hours of community service every month. Any questions, sir?
No.
All right, please have a seat on the bench behind you. No, sir, listen carefully. Mr. McClure, have a seat on the bench behind you and fill out that probation form.
I'm pretty sure I filled that out. You guys have that, Mr. McLean?
Oh, we do. Mr. McClure, don't worry. I'm so sorry. Here it is. Okay. All right, sir. See you at probation on August 8th. Thank you. All right, so Booker was a plea, position 4 on status. Copeland is reset to September 6th. Position 5, Cupid Marquez is reset to the SAP calendar on August 15th. Position 6 is dismissed. Position 7, Davenport. That's why that name kept sticking in my mind. Is present. What did we do with that case? That was going to be a pre-trial.
You said Davenport?
Yes.
Status.
Poor Mr. Ham. I kept calling him Mr. Davenport.
I just had, he had pro se, I didn't hear an announcement that he gave for his case.
I didn't either.
No,
You
I have
do
nothing.
through-
And he dropped off. New. Oh.
This is a bench warrant. It's going to be $500 on each count for a total $1,000 surety. One Farmer is further notice for jury trial. Fuqua is further notice for jury trial and the case has been arraigned. Givens is a final reset to September 6th to see the status of DUI court in Gwinnett. 11, Daniel Humphrey is further notice for trial waiver arraignment to be filed. And that's the same for positions 12 and 13. 14, Jesse Jackson is reset to September 6th for continuing compliance. Jermaine Kelly, final reset to September 6th, pending admission into diversion. 16, Luke's is reset to September 6th at 9 a.m. in person only. Brian Martinez is dismissed, the case completed diversion.
And I did send that order.
Yes, I signed it.
Okay.
Waikeithia Moore is reset in person for September 6th for continuing compliance, 20 hours community service and some civic academy program. 19 is Nelson, and that is going into diversion, reset to September 6, 2024. Need to do 25 hours, pay $250 and do the anti-theft class in person only. 20, Phoenix is further notice for a jury trial. 21, Randall, further notice for jury trial. 22, Rivera is reset for diversion on September 6th, in person. hopefully you'll complete everything. ADT, well, it'll be continuing compliance. He's got EPIT to complete. Okay, Quintavious Shivers, did not appear, bench warrant for $2,000 surety. David Tatum, case is null prost. 25 Urban Turner is arraigned and further notice for trial. 26 Alante Waters, 26, 27, 28, 29, 4 cases.
He didn't actually wait for the public defender's office to speak to him, and the last time I spoke to him in court, he was really combative and saying he just wanted to speak to the solicitor's office. But I do think that may be pro se for all those positions.
My victim advocate actually gave me a note that said that he is trying to go to mental health court, but I don't have any information to corroborate that.
Just give me.
The victim in this case is his mother. And there seems to be mental health issues here. Because he seems to pick up a family violence case every year.
He just got released on a bench warrant. So.
He just left us after this.
Okay. I'm going to do this, these 4 cases as the final reset on September 6th. In person. He needs to bring his mom or parent. He needs to bring a adult parent, and at that time we can verify if there are any competency issues, and if there are none, then it can be further notice for trial. But I can't send this to division until I know that it's ready for trial. Okay, so it's 9/6 with a parent in person. Miss Helen, would you please tell him?
Yes, Judge.
The judge said so. Okay. Miss 30 Wheeler is a waiver of arraignment and further notice for trial. 31 Williams is reset to September 6th, and I've got it for continuing compliance. Would that be accurate?
Yes, Your Honor. We've had a hang up on the paperwork, but that will be enrolled in diversion between now and September 6th.
Okay, and same announcement for Woodruff, position 32.
Yes.
Okay. The final fee calendar, position 1 is waiver of arraignment and further notice for trial. Positions 2 and 3, further notice for jury trial. Position 4, further notice for jury trial. Position 5, reset to September 6th. There was an attorney conflict. Position 6 was a plea, Akeem Brown. Malcolm Burns is further notice for a jury trial. 8, further notice, jury trial. 9, further notice, jury trial. 10, it was a plea. 11, Duarte, it was a plea. 12, Cedric Edwards was a plea. 13, Foreman is reset to September 6, 2024 for continuing compliance, and this must be in person. Marvin Franklin was a plea. Garcia Trujillo did not appear, bench warrant for $1,000. 16, Gates is a plea. 17, Gill is diversion, reset for September 6, 9 a.m. Unless he completes it before then please let me know, or let Ms. Harden know, she'll take it off the calendar. 18, Graham is further notice for jury trial. 19, further notice jury trial. 20, Hood, further notice jury trial. 21, Hinton is reset September 6 for diversion to complete an anti-theft class. 22, Ivy is further notice jury trial. 23, further notice jury trial. 24, Andre Jones did not appear.
State requested bench warrant.
All right. Bench warrant for $1,500, $1,000 on the DUI, $500 on the suspended license. 25 is going to be Javante Jones. What do we?
Notice to jury trial.
All right. This is further notice for a jury trial. 26, Grady Jones is that the one that's reset to September sixth for continuing compliance?
Yeah.
Okay. Twenty-seven is for the notice jury trial. 28, Joseph Kenny did not appear.
They request a bench warrant.
All right, $1,000 on each count. That's a $2,000 surety bond. 29, the case is closed. 30, Luster was a plea. 31, Amira Mann is further notice for a jury trial. 32 was a plea. 33, Mackenzie is going to be reset to August 23rd for the motions calendar. The prosecution will give us the announcement that time. 34, Mota is got a, I think counsel has a medical leave of absence, so we're going to reset it to September 6th. 35, Kyle Norman was a plea, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah. Nadia Reese was further notice for a jury trial. Justin Rogers, not present. Bench warrant, this is going to be $500 on each count for a $2,000 straight bond. 38, Scott was a plea. 39, Seawood was a plea. No, but it's reset to September 6th for a plea. Is that correct? Okay, so it's reset to September 6th for a plea. Lonnie Smith is arraigned and further notice for jury trial. 41, Warren Solomon is further notice for a jury trial. Third Taylor, further notice jury trial. Tranisha Taylor, was a plea, wasn't it?
Yes.
Mhm. Aisha Thomas is further notice for jury trial. Chauncey Turner is reset to September 6th for a final plea. Jaliki Turner is further notice for jury trial. 47 is further notice jury trial. 48 Washington reset to September 6th at 9 a.m. Remember. Yeah. 49 Al Williams is further notice for a jury trial. 50 and 51 reset to September 6th to find out the status of his custody in Rockdale County. Katisha Wilson is a waiver and further notice for jury trial. Same announcement for 53. All right, folks, thank you so much. That concludes our calendar.